Race fans, good evening and welcome to both our YouTube broadcast and here to New Egypt Speedway in person, as it is All-Star Cup weekend, night number 1 qualifying for the modifieds. They'll have match races later on, also their 15-lap qualifiers. The Crate 602 Sportsmen are here for timed hot laps, which the top 2 will lock into tomorrow night. And on top of that, they have a non-winners race tonight. The 4 cylinders and street stocks both in action here tonight. 4 cylinders running both nights here. And of course, the modified Consi and the All-Star Cup shootout is tomorrow. The entire regular Crate 602 Sportsman show, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman show, is tomorrow. So an exciting weekend capped off by our 50-lap All-Star Cup shootout. Numerous modifieds signed into the pit area here. Oh, Davey Salmon's coming by in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79. Logan Watt in the house. $59K right there is Dakota Kohler. That is a Sportsman, a Swagger Factory Apparel Sportsman car from Pennsylvania. Brian Simmons, of course, in the 20. Mike Butler in the 04. All these are Swagger Factory Apparel Sportsman. Hunter Pulaski. The 921 is Tim Franks. Franks running modifieds tonight in the the Shockwave Racing Technology 921. Dylan Stoyer out of Bohemia, New York, in the Northeastern Office Supply number 6D over in turn number 1. Anthony Tramontana from Vineland is here in the Mancini Custom Homes number 13T. Clay Butler back with us in the Cray Motorsports 4B. The 928 is Kevin Borden. George Garrish Jr. in the 92 Junior. These are all modifieds, trying to hit on the modifieds for you real quick here. We'll get the Sportsman next time around. There are 2 S2s on the track, and I forget which one is Sportsman and which one is the modified, but John Scarpati Jr. is racing, I believe, in both. There are obviously somebody else in the car right now because they're both on the track. The Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown, now a 3-time defending champion here in New Egypt as he won his record-setting 7th career championship this year at the New Egypt Speedway. There's Dylan Stoyer, if you didn't get a good picture of him last time, the 6D, 13T of Anthony Tramontana. There's the White House 37 of Brian Cole. Clay Butler right behind him in the 4B. Loudon Reimert in the Flora Machine and Tool number 16. And I've been told the blue S2 is the modified. And the red S2 is the Sportsman car, and Melissa Scarpati, who raced rookies and raced a couple seasons here with us, is back behind the wheel in the Sportsman car here in Hot Laps. Invader Cody Manmiller in the 00, a regular at the Grandview Speedway down in turn number 1, second generation driver. The kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. in the white and blue number 1 heading into turn number 1. There's Matt Martino in his crate Sportsman number 226 coming down the front straightaway. Modified, the Big Spring Car Wash number 126, that is Dominic Buffalino. A lot of cars here. There's more of them coming out on the Speedway. The Harry Jupul at number 44. He's a 2-time champion here in New Egypt. And also a former Legends of the Fall winner a couple of years ago. That is Frank Cozy out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Joe Toth has 2 number 9s here tonight. Sweetwater Marina River Deck number 9. Steve Davis inside of him in the 13. The boss, Cale Ross, is in the house in the 112. Right behind him in turn number 1 is the crate Sportsman number 59 of the Grandview Speedway champion, Colin Cox, out of Percy, Pennsylvania. Jack Jan pulling into the infield back there. Another invader here in the Sportsman ranks. He's in the Carroll's Tree Service number 74. Ryan Krachin, Hollywood, in the number 51, the Danny Sommerling, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz number 51. Also sponsored by BK Trucking. In the 51M tonight, that is a driver who's only raced once this year, and it was highly successful. That is Johnny Mac, John McClelland, running the modifieds tonight, where he ran for years and years. He's behind the wheel of the 51M. His only outing this year was in the Matt Ellery backup car, and he was the winner that night in the Sportsman division. That was actually the Mr. Crate Classic in August. And Matt Ellery, the regular driver in the number 1 car in the team, finished second to him. I see DJ Hunt in there in the 24. Paul Mancini in the 7M. Joseph Brown in the 5J, the yellow and blue number 5 of Jack Butler. Good field of modifieds and sportsmen here tonight. Sportsmen, this is just practice night and a non-winners race, but remember the top 2 in practice with the 2 fastest times can lock into tomorrow. Now these are just warm-ups for that. We will have their hot lap sessions later on. These don't count towards the times. So the Sportsmen will get 2 different time sessions tonight to try to improve their time. We'll put them all through timed hot laps sometime earlier in the show, and then they'll be the first cars out there after intermission. Mark Moore in the 20M. Dylan Morris in the 34. Tommy Klimkowski is in the 22. There's Dakota Kohler in the 59K as a Sportsman out there to practice. Ryan Krasinski in the 18R. Ryan Marr in the 51. The 3WP is Will Protenick. Glenn McIntyre in the 88. John Norsha in the 81. And I am not sure who's in the 57Z, so when I get lineups, I will know that. Checkered flag coming out. And the 57Z is Jordan Cameron. Jordan Cameron in the 57Z. Second hot lap session coming out for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate. Sportsman Ryan Simmons in the 20 leads them out. The 53 is Duncan Molesworth. Mike Toth's in the 89. Joe Toth, second generation of that family, in the number 9. Melissa Scarpati in the red number S2. The 04 is Mike Butler. Hunter Pulaski is in the 27, and Pat Wall in the 5W, first of 3 sessions. All right, green in the air. All right, Matt Ellery in the 29, rolling out onto the Speedway. David Malozar right behind him in the 32C. Colin Cox, we talked about in the 59, the Grandview Speedway Sportsman champion. The 921 is Tim Franks, and he is out there with the Sportsman. So I may have been wrong about him running with the modifieds. Unless I have the wrong car. The 04, usually driven by Mike Butler, that is Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox in the 04 here to run the non-winners race tonight. Jack Gian is in the 74. The 226 is Matt Martino. Chris Bergstrom is in the number 3. PJ Bazowski is in the 07. As we go green. Well, I didn't have a total car count because I didn't count the first 2, but we got close to 30 of the Sportsmen here tonight, and usually you don't get anywhere near what you're going to have on the second night, on the first night, when there's no real, other than just a non-qualifier, non-winners race. So we'll see how that pans out for tomorrow, but a very good sign. All right, the vintage cars are out on the track, and the 27 is Walt Sook. Nick Marco is in the 707. Jim Hawks is in the 29. Steve Taylor is in the 92. And the 43 is Jack Patterson. Five cars on hand tonight for them. The vintage cars will get some hot laps here as the green lights coming on. They'll have their exhibition before the four-cylinder feature a little later on. All right, checkered flag coming out on that, on the action. All right, street stock's coming out, and we'll turn it over to Jim Murdoch. Jim?
Thank you very much, Pete. Out there on the track, Patrick Force, Pat Force in the number 18. Scotty Freeds in the 72. Shane Grasso out there in the 17. And Chris Lane in the 88, they will have a feature-only short field of street stocks here tonight. Only 4 making the tow to New Egypt. White flag will come out. So they will have their feature. They will be the 3rd on the agenda. I'm sorry, 4th on the agenda after the 4-cylinder heat races. We will run the street stock 15-lap feature as the checker flag comes out. For you folks at home watching on YouTube, the track is in excellent condition. It looks like there's a lot of bite. And we are running all of these hot laps after the sun has left the track surface behind the trees on Route 539. So all of our hot lap sessions are being done in the shade and in the shadows, which will help to hold the moisture in the racetrack. Rolling out right now, the mighty modifieds. We have about 30 modifieds here in the pits. Good field, stacked, quality modifieds. You can see some of them rolling right now. Joseph Brown's in the 5J. Steve Davis in the I'm Starving Backyard Barbecue Premio Sausage Bubba Burger. Cody Manmiller is in the 00. Pete, you have a lot more of these names too from our invaders.
All right, green flag coming out. Clay Butler in the 4B out there over in turn number 2 behind, and Tim Franks is out there in the 921. That's right, the other 921 in the Sportsman would have been Aiden Spencer, one of our co-rookie champions with Hunter Blosky. Clay Butler all over Franks over there in turn number 2. Anthony Tramontana in the 13T. Brian Cole in the 37, Joe Brown in the 5J, Steve Davis in the 13, Jack Butler in the 5, Cody Manmiller in the 00, looking pretty quick here. George Garris in the 92, Junior in the 323 is Johnny Bangs. First hot lap session in the books. Second hot lap session rolling out the Big Spring Car Wash. Number 126 out of Saraville, New Jersey, that is Dominic Buffalino. Right behind him in the K&A Excavating, Atlantic Wood Floors, number 51M, Johnny Mack, John McClellan behind the wheel of the 51M tonight. The Amwell Auto Body number 29 is Brandon Grasso. Brandon Grasso in the 29, right behind him on the backstretch in the Woodhaven Lumber Mancini Custom Home number 7M. That is the silent assassin, Paul Mancini. DJ Hunt is in the Creston Hydraulics number 24. Right behind him in the middle of the backstretch in the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck number 9. 2 cars with him tonight. That is Joe Toth, former Sportsman champion here. Loudon Reimer is in the floor machine and tool number 16. Reimer out there. Top runner here for several years is DJ Hunt, not rolling very good, and he's going to bring the yellow back out. He is very slow on the backstretch, and now John Scarpati Jr. checking up behind him, and the 928 of Kevin Borden gets in the brakes. Clay Butler still out there in the 4B. So John Scarpati Jr. in the S2. 928 is Kevin Borden. Here's DJ Hunt. He's got it running again. Gave the thumbs up to the flagger as he came by. He was not running on the backstretch. Like, he was just basically coasting and had to throw the yellow. I must have got it refired. All right, green back in the air. All right, third and final session. Justin Grasso is in the Ace Materials number 6. Right behind him, the Pioneer Pole Building 79 of Davey Salmons. The Harry Jupol at number 44 is Wingap's Frank Cozy. The Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown is in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26. Right behind him, the Danny's Pizza Pizzazz BK Trucking number 51 of Hollywood Ryan Krachin. Logan Watt is in the Ronnie's Auto Service number 4M. Right behind him, the B&T Tools number 112 of the boss, Cale Ross. Danny Buck, the Dominator, is in the CNS Equipment number 6. The 6D, the gray and orange 6D, that is Dylan Stoyer out of New York. The Kids Kid, Billy Pouch Jr. is in the number 1, and we are green on the final session of Hot Lap. All right, 4 cylinders back out. I'll turn it back over to Jim Murdoch. Jim?
Thank you very much. Pistol Pete, Kyle Hurley's out there in the 23. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97. The Drayton boys are back in town. Bobby Drayton in the X09 and his son Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409. Eric Dagler is in the 1NJ right in front of the grandstands. Penny Dunn back with us in the Lions Construction number 51. There's Joe Gary on the backstretch. Here comes Logan Mull in the number 4. His dad, Dale Mull, is in the number 6. Dom the Bomb Antonelli's in the number 88. As the green flag comes out on this brief session for the 4-cylinder hot laps, there's Joe Gary in the 26 going past the tower. Again, 4 cylinders will be back in action again tomorrow night for a big 2-night show for the 4 bangers. It looks like we have 10 out there right now. If everybody comes out for hot laps, we'll have a field of 10 4-cylinders for the heat race and their 15-lap feature. And there's the checker flag. This will wrap up the hot lap session here for night number 1 of the All-Star Cup weekend. On a beautiful weekend, endless summer, local summer, whatever you want to call it, rolling into the final stages of September. Of course, we hope you can come back tomorrow night, bring your friends, bring a first-time race fan with you, but if you can't, we are streaming live right now on the YouTube. If you want to give us a shout, if you're watching the stream, we've got about 300 active viewers right now watching hot laps, wrapping up here at New Egypt Speedway. Ormond Beach, Florida in the house. Leslie Pondish checking in. Karen Carpenter watching us from Lindenwold. John DeLillo checking in from Benson, North Carolina, where the Carolinas are getting set for a lot of rainfall in the next couple of days. If you have friends down there, oh boy. Monday and Tuesday and maybe Wednesday look rough south of pretty much Maryland into Virginia and North Carolina with tropical systems. None of that here, thank goodness. It is a beautiful weekend, a beautiful Friday night, and we'll get ready for opening ceremonies. I'll head downstairs, and we're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to have a good time this weekend because it is the All-Star Cup. Coming down to our final last couple of shows at New Egypt Speedway. Don't forget, Friday, October 10th. You know, when we first announced this, it seemed like it was so long ago. Now we're talking just 2 weeks away. The return, the fabled return of the World of Outlaw Sprint Cars in conjunction with the USAC 360 wingless sprint cars. And then the last weekend in October, we come back with another 2-day show. This time, the Sportsmen are the headline, going for a cool $4,000 to win. We'll tell you all about that a little bit later on, but I'll head downstairs as we get ready to kick things off for night number 1 of the All-Star Cup.
And once again, welcome to YouTube of our broadcast here. And we want to welcome you to the first night of the All-Star Cup Shootout here at the New Egypt Speedway. And of course, we have the modified qualifying tonight. 3 15-lap qualifiers. And Jim, we got some invaders here. This is going to be a fun show tonight. 15-lap qualifiers, not your normal heats.
No, and that's going to make things a little bit different because you have to kind of race that like almost you're going to run 2 heat races. That's enough time for the track to change. It might get a little bit slicker after 15 laps. And we have 4 of them on the schedule, so it's going to be an action-packed night. What I'm liking so far, and I mentioned it during some of the hot lap sessions, all of our hot lap sessions tonight were done in the shadows where the sun was not beating down on any part of the racetrack, which means there's a lot of bite out there. We saw the modifieds already picking up that left front wheel 10, 12 inches off the ground, and that bite looks to continue. We had a little bit of moisture, courtesy of Mother Nature, yesterday morning out in the Pinelands. Don't know how much fell here. Infield a little bit wet, but just a little extra moisture in what has been mostly a dry month of September in New Jersey.
Well, it sure has, and if you're tuning in, this is an action-packed show tonight. We have the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman are here, and they have the non-winners race tonight. If you have not won a feature here this year, here at New Egypt, then you are eligible to run in the non-winners race. We are going to run 2 heats for that. All the cars will be qualified, but the top 5 in each of the 2 heats will redraw for the first 10 starting spots. They are also going to have timed hot lap sessions throughout the show. There'll be 2 of them for everybody, 1 earlier on after the heats and 1 after intermission. And that will lock in the 2 fastest of the whole night. Will lock into the redraw tomorrow for the All-Star Cup Shootout for the Crate Sportsman, which is 25 laps.
That could be important.
Sure could. And the modifieds also have match races tonight. And for their 3 15-lap qualifiers, they are going to be lined up by time. We are going to do what is billed on the schedule as time trials, but I believe we're going to bring them out as a qualifier group. You already drew for what qualifier you're going to be in, and those cars will come out, run, and then they'll pick an inversion pill. And that many cars, anywhere from, I believe, 2 to 6 can get inverted, or 3 to 6, and that will invert. So that gives kind of a up in the air. You don't have to be the fastest car to start on the front row of the qualifier. You could actually start farther up. Now, 15 laps, that's double a normal heat race here. Right. We run 8 laps. Used to run 10. We run 8 this year, and that's a double the length of a heat race. So there's plenty of time to get to the front if you're not there. But like you said, with a lot of bite in the track, everybody's going to be fast tonight.
And with those extra distance qualifiers, some of our drivers might want to try things a little bit differently, especially if it gets spaced out there, which I don't think it will. But a lot of time to kind of play around on the racetrack, see where the fastest groove is, try making that corner a little bit more diamond-like. We've seen in the last couple of weeks, especially going into the late summer and fall season, guys and gals have been entering the turns real high and then cutting down to the inside guardrail and letting the car drift back up. You can do that at New Egypt. It's a classic move, but it works best when there's a lot of bite in the track, and that right now is what I believe we're going to be seeing tonight. Also, as you mentioned, the Sportsman drivers, top 2 get locked in. We could have a ton of sportsmen tomorrow. We've got about 30 of them here tonight. And like you said, that's only for a non-winners race and also just practice. Our sportsman fields throughout the summer, we're right around 30. So with 30 here on night 1, that could really mean maybe 35, maybe even 40 sportsmen. And don't forget, some of our invaders might be checking out for the big money coming up a little bit later on this fall when they share the spotlight, going for $4,000 to win. So maybe a test session for some of the invaders who want to take home that $4,000 in October.
Absolutely, and that's coming up on the weekend of October 25th, 26th, which is a week before Halloween. So that's going to be I believe it's the 24th and 25th, actually, Friday and Saturday, 2-day show. As Jim leaves me in the booth here. Track prep going on And we are just putting some water down. We will get opening ceremonies underway at about 10 minutes to 7, and we will be racing at 7 o'clock. This is the schedule of the way the things are going to progress here throughout the night. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman non-winners race heat races. There'll be 2 of them. Will be 8 laps. They'll be first on the schedule. The top 5 will redraw for the first 10 starting spots out of each heat race. Then the modifieds will run their time dashes or their time trials to line up their qualifiers. The 4-cylinder heat races will be next, and then we will run the street stock 15-lap feature. Only 4 of them out in hot laps. We'll see if any more show up here as the night progresses. Then it'll be the Oliver Communications Group modified match races. The modified match race is always a popular thing. We already had them once this year. Then it's the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman timed hot laps or timed practice sessions number 1. So everybody we may have multiple. I'm probably going to have 3 or 4, but it's all, you only get in to run in one of them. So we'll split the cars up, but that'll be session number 1 right after the modified match races. The vintage cars will get their exhibition right after that, and then the 4-cylinder 15-lap feature will take to the track. I don't believe the non-winners crate sportsman will require a consi. I believe we have 20, 22, somewhere in there. And of the cars that are not winners, we have close to 30 here with the winners. So that means that the 4-cylinder feature, the 15-lap 4-cylinder feature, will be the last race before intermission. After intermission, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will come back out for their timed practice sessions number 2, and we'll run them all through. And by that point, we will know the top 2. At the end of those, it'll be the 2 fastest from both sessions combined, and we'll lock into the redraw for tomorrow's All-Star Cup shootout. Then the modified 15-lap qualifiers will take place. There will be 3 of them. Each one will be 15 laps. And we will lock in 6 cars into the feature event tomorrow, and I believe 4 are going to redraw for the first 12 starting spots tomorrow night. And then, last but not least, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman non-winners feature event, which is 20 laps, and will feature all drivers and cars that are here tonight that have not won a feature event this year at the New Egypt Speedway. So that's the schedule, and we'll get all of that kicked off at 7 o'clock here which is about 20 minutes from now. We are 10 minutes from opening ceremonies. Folks, remember Swagger Factory Apparel sponsors our Crate Sportsman class this year, and they bring you top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style. With a legacy of over 20 years in the industry, our mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. Swagger Factory Apparel provided New Egypt Speedway with our official shirts and the infield fire suit. Go to www.swaggerfactory.com to learn more. Tonight, the Extreme Diesel Performance Street Stocks, known as XDP, they sponsor our Street Stock division. XDP is a leading retailer, distributor, and manufacturer of top-quality OE, OER, and aftermarket diesel parts and accessories. Strategically positioned across the United States, XDP houses one of the largest and most diverse diesel-specific inventories in the industry. For the last 20 years, Extreme Diesel Performance has proudly served the diesel community and diesel industry across North America and Canada. Visit www.extremediesel.com to learn more. Tonight, each of our modified qualifiers for the All-Star Cup will pay $500 to win, $300 for second, and $200 for third, thanks to these great partners. The first qualifier tonight is sponsored by Short Load Concrete and Ellery's Pub and Grill. The second qualifier by New Egypt Auto Body. The third qualifier by Dash Light Solutions, and the fourth, well, I don't think we're going to have a fourth qualifier, but we do want to recognize M&M Vehicle Repair. We'll attach them with Dash Light Solutions on the third qualifier if there are indeed only 3. Danny's Pizza Pizzazz Gambler's Fee. Driver who posted a $100 gambler's fee has a chance to win $8,000 tomorrow for winning the feature event, while drivers who posted a $50 gambler fee will have a chance to win $7,000 in the All-Star Cup tomorrow for winning, and that is thanks to Danny's Pizza Pizzazz. Danny's Pizza Pizzazz has locations in Franklinville, Mays Landing, Millville, and Winslow, New Jersey. Visit any of their locations for great pizza. The M&A Recycling Purse Boost. M&A Recycling put up $750, making the 2025 All-Star Cup $500 to start here tonight, or tomorrow night, I should say. The M&A Recycling is located in Hillsborough, New Jersey, and also does demolition. They have been family-owned and operated since 1982. Call 908-218-9191 to learn more. And the Design for Vision Sunglass Central Hard Charger Award. The driver advancing the most positions from their originally scheduled starting spot in the All-Star Cup Modified event tomorrow night will receive $300 courtesy of Design for Vision and Sunglass Central. Sunglass Central was developed out of the need for quality, properly fit sport sunglasses. By offering a wide selection of non-prescription brands as well as offering prescription lens fabrication, Sunglass Central would meet the needs of the families of Bucks County, Pennsylvania. The Roost Restaurant, right up the road here at the Cream Ridge Golf Course, about 5 to 10 minutes north of the Speedway, sponsors every caution flag here during the 2025 season. They are connected to the Cream Ridge Golf Course and offer a dependable team, 3 experienced owners, and a beautiful and relaxing atmosphere. Visit theroostrestaurant.com or visit their Facebook page to learn more. Head to the Roost after the races and get your first domestic beer for free with your wristband. It could be a pit or a grandstand wristband, does not matter. Your first domestic beer will be free with your wristband. And that is every single Saturday after the races. The apparel stand is open and has all new 2025 New Egypt Speedway apparel from Bob Hilbert Sportswear. And it's at the merchandise stand located behind the grandstands right next to the sweet shop under the announcer's tower. They got T-shirts, hoodies, hats, and blankets. If you're watching at home, you can go to the website, to our website for New Egypt Speedway apparel on the New Egypt Speedway website, or go to Bob Hilbert Sportswear's website, and you can check that out and see what apparel if you're watching from home. If you're in the mood for food, head over to see Cindy at the main concessions right behind the tower across the picnic area here. And try anything from the delicious menu. It includes hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken fingers, cheesesteaks, sausage sandwiches, and more. And wash your delicious meal down with ice-cold Pepsi products. In the mood for dessert? Stop by the Sweet Shop right across. It's right up against the back of the grandstand, right across from the concession stand. And the Sweet Shop, and get the taste of Tanner Brothers Dairy Ice Cream. Now, the Kids Club was back in 2025 and was better than ever, and it was all because of Marcus's Barbershop. Marcus's Barbershop is located right in downtown New Egypt and was the proud sponsor of our Kids Club this year. And, of course, each and every week we've been, for the 2025 season, we have been broadcasting live on YouTube for free, and we would like to continue to do that. Be sure and subscribe. If you are viewing, subscribe. If you're not signed up, sign up. It's free, and then it's free to subscribe. That way you can find it every time you come back. And That allows us to keep doing what we're doing if we get enough subscribers. That means we'll be on YouTube for the long haul if we get enough subscribers. We have a lot now, but we could use as many as we can. So be sure and subscribe is the easiest way to go back and find New Egypt Speedway quickly on your YouTube channel. We also have feature content videos we make during the week, highlight videos, and also the content videos give the fans an opportunity to get closer than ever before to a lot of the drivers. As Nick Lee says, a lot of those content videos for us, and that's a lot of fun to watch. Now, we joined My Race Pass again this year, and for live timing and scoring. And along with the live timing and scoring, My Race Pass offers lineups and season-long point standings. Go to myracepass.com or download the app to follow along with your favorite tracks, series, and drivers for 2025. And remember, after the races, you can go in the pits and meet your favorite driver or take the kids to meet their hometown hero. The pits are open to the public after the final checkered flag falls on race night. Feel free to head down and meet and greet your favorite drivers at the conclusion of each race night. Tomorrow night, of course, is All-Star Cup night number 2. It'll be the Modifieds' last chance races to get into the All-Star Cup shootout and their 50-lap, 6,000 to win All-Star Cup shootout. Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will run heats and consies for their 30-lap, $1,500 to win 4-cylinder or All-Star Cup shootout, and the 4 cylinders will be here to run a complete show 25-lap All-Star Cup shootout for $500 to win. Remember, if you have not heard, but if you're a sprint car fan, the greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws, the NOS Energy Drinks World of Outlaws, will be here on Friday, October 10th. That is just 2 weeks from tonight. And they will be joined by the USAC East Coast 360 wingless sprint cars. A great 2-division show. You can get your tickets ahead of time at worldofoutlaws.com, right on the World of Outlaws website. Don't look at any of those other websites when you look up World of Outlaw tickets for New Egypt. Go right to the World of Outlaws. That is where they are, the actual price. They're not higher than they're supposed to be. Go right to the worldofoutlaws.com and purchase your tickets right on there. And then Friday and Saturday, October 24th and 25th, we were talking about that is the Pinewood Showdown. 50 laps, 4,000 to win Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, plus the Mass 305 sprint cars will be here both nights. We will also have street stocks, 4 cylinders, the Northeast wingless sprint cars, and vintage cars. And the crates will run match races that are presented by Oliver Communications. All right, it is time for opening ceremonies, and I am going to send it down the trackside to my partner, Jim Murdoch. Jim?
Well, thank you very much, Pistol Pete Warman, on a beautiful Friday night here in Thunder in the Pines. Local summer continuing here to the end of September. We thank you so much for coming out at this time. We ask everybody, if you are able to please stand and remove your hats or your headgear. Reverend Dan will give our opening invocation, and then we have a special young man, as we always do, to sing our national anthem. Reverend Dan, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Let's pray. Almighty God, we thank you for a beautiful night of racing. We thank you for our country. We pray for our military. We pray for our first responders. We pray for the leaderships in our country. Now, here we are at New Egypt Speedway, the fast track of the Northeast. Lord, may it be a great race, a safe race. In Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
And would you all please welcome this young man, Kevin Ortiz. And Kevin, you have to sing and look right at the TV camera up in the corner of the stands. Kevin Ortiz, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nice job, buddy. Nice job. Hey, a couple of first-timers here. There are only 3 rules you need to know if you've never been here before, and they're real simple, real easy. Rule number 1, if you're here to watch your favorite driver, when you hear his or her name, you have to scream, make some noise, let everybody else know who you're rooting for. Rule number 2, there is no smoking anywhere in the grandstand. Smoking area is over by the bathrooms, away from the picnic area. And rule number 3, this applies this weekend. When you come back tomorrow, bring a first-time race fan. Bring somebody who's never been to a dirt track before and show them all the entertainment they've been missing out with. Also, tag us on social media, take pictures, take videos, because without your support, we wouldn't be able to do this great sport that we all love. I hear the roar of the motors firing up in the pit area. That means it is now post time at New Egypt Speedway with the lineup for the first of, I believe, 2 non-feature winner heat races for the Crate Sportsman. Let's go upstairs to the voice of the New Egypt Speedway, Pistol Pete Wortman. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. First up will be our 2 qualifying heat races for the non-winners feature event, which will be last tonight for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman event. All right, these qualifying heats will be 8 laps. Top 5, all the cars are qualifying, but the top 5 will get to redraw for the first 10 starting spots in tonight's 20-lap Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman non-winners race. These heats and that feature are only open to sportsman drivers who have not won a feature this year. They could have won in their career, but they cannot have won one this year. So this is how they're going to line up in the first of these 2 heats. We will have 21 cars total, 11 in this heat and 10 in the next one. Starting on the pole from Copley, Pennsylvania, in the number 20M, that is the Jimbo's Exteriors number 20M, that is Mark Moore. And alongside of Moore, in the WP Automotive number 3 WP, that is Will Protinick. The second row on the inside, the number 22 of Tommy Klimkowski. And alongside of Klimkowski, in the Scarpati Auto Parts number S2 is John Scarpati Jr. John Scarpati Jr., Melissa just hot lapping the car for him. Scarpati doing double duty tonight. Dylan Morris in the 34 will start in the 5th position, and lining up alongside him, former rookie champion here out of Neptune, New Jersey, the 51 of Ryan Marr. Glenn McIntyre is in the 88. He'll start in the 7th position. Alongside of him, the 81 of John Norsha. He was a rookie graduate last year. Chris Bergstrom is one of our rookie graduates this year, is in the number 3, but I don't see him out there. Oh, here he comes. Boy, on cue, like he heard me. And he pulls out of the pits. He will start 9th. Alongside of him from Somerset, the 18R of Ryan Krasinski. And starting scratch on the field. Now, you may say, whoa, that car has been to victory lane. Well, it has, but not with this driver in it. That is normally driven by Mike Butler, but tonight the short load ready mix concrete number 04 being driven by Jordan Cox. 11 cars, only the top 5 will get into the redraw. First of 2 heats for the 21 non-winners that are here and electing. There may be other non-winners that are here that are electing not to run in this non-winners event and just electing to practice and try to lock into tomorrow night's All-Star Cup shootout. All right, it's up to Invader Mark Moore. He will bring him to green off at turn 4, racing. All right, we're underway for the first time, and the yellow is out. We are not underway. I sit corrected. All right, here's the green as we go back to racing. Mark Moore grabbing the early lead as once again we take the second crack at it. This time we are good as they race down the back into 3. Protenic second, Scarpati on the outside, Ryan Marr coming through on the inside into 4th now and working on the inside of Scarpati. Klimkowski 5th, McIntyre 6th as they race through 1 and 2. Now 3 wide for the second spot with, oh, look out, Scarpati climbs the fence, but he keeps going. Scarpati got some airtime there. His front end was up in front of the billboards there, but he came right down on 4 wheels, keeps right on going, and he is currently in a redraw spot as he is a nose ahead of McIntyre. Off at turn 2 and down the back, Mark Moore leading by 3 car lengths over Protenic and Ryan Marr. Marr right on Protenic's back bumper and sticking his nose underneath now. They race side by side off of 4, and Ryan Marr with a clean pass under Protenic and into 2nd. Klimkowski is 4th. Glenn McIntyre is taken 5th from Scarpati. Scarpati is 6th. Norsha 7th. Krasinski is 8th. Then Jordan Cox. Off at turn 4, Mark Moore, his lead is shrunk to a car length and a half as they get the halfway sign. 4 laps complete and 4 to go. And Ryan Marr has caught Mark Moore. Moore doing a good job here. It was his first time here this year. I believe he's been here once before. They race into turn number 1, 5 down and 3 to go. Ryan Marr and Protenic in tow. Glenn McIntyre by Klimkowski, and now Scarpati trying to rally back and get into the redraw. 2 laps to go down the front, 2 to go. Scarpati got under Klimkowski, but Klimkowski comes back around and shuts the door. Jordan Cox moving up on Krasinski's back bumper back there. They still got a couple of cars to pass. Here's the white flag this time for Moore with Ryan Marr right on his bumper. Protenic and McIntyre right there now too. Good 4 cars right together. Final time around, Moore leading the way over Ryan Marr. Marr will drop to the bottom. It'll be Moore leading him off the corner. Mark Moore, in his first time here this year, wins heat number 1. So the 20M of Mark Moore is your winner from the pole position. Ryan Marr started 6th and finished 2nd. A nice run But he could not solve Mark Moore. Moore hit all his marks and cruised to the victory. Third was the 3WP of Will Pertinick, followed by the 88 of Glenn McIntyre, and the last car to get into the redraw, the 22 of Tom Klimkowski. So we got 5 into the redraw here in the first of 2 of the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman Heats for the non-winners feature tonight. And we will have 10 more non-winners this year here in heat number 2. Now remember, these heat starting spots were drawn for when they came in the back gate and they signed in at the pit shack. They drew a number. And that determined where they line up in these heats, and this is the way they'll start in heat number 2. Starting on the pole out of Ringo's, New Jersey, in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Flemington Department Store number 27. He was a Fastline Performance Rookie Champion this year, the 27 of Hunter Ploski. Lining up alongside of Ploski, invading from Kutztown, Pennsylvania here tonight. Driving the Smart Choice Automotive Service number 59K, that is Dakota Kohler. Dakota Kohler in the 59K. Third starting spot, also from the state of Pennsylvania. He drives the J. Sons Equipment number 226, that is Matt Marino. Matt Marino, regular at the Grandview Speedway in the 226. And lining up alongside of him, he drives the 57Z, John Cameron. Cameron out of Hainesport, New Jersey. Duncan Molesworth is in the 53. He'll start in the 5th position. And alongside of him from Hellertown, Pennsylvania, the 89 of Mike Toth. 7th starting position, our other co-rookie champion this year in the Shockwave Racing Technologies number 921 is Aiden Spencer. And lining up alongside of Spencer out of Robbinsville in the 07, that is P.J. Bazowski. P.J. Bazowski in the 07. The last row in the 4U, and I do not see that car out there, and it was not out in hot laps, although I knew why, is George Garrish Jr. And Garrish Jr., of course, running modifieds, and that is modified in the staging lane at the time. But the car not making the call here in this heat. And starting last on the field out of Southampton in the 32C, former rookie champion here, that is David Malozar. Ethan, Bill, and Ryan Simmons hanging way back from the field to get some hot laps in here at the back of this heat race. All right, green in the air, and we're underway. So 9 cars making the call out of 10 here in heat number 2. It is Hunter Ploski, Dakota Kohler running in the 2nd spot, then Martino and Molesworth as they move into turn number 3 for the first time. Some good battles going on throughout the field as Hunter Ploski leads lap number 1. Kohler to the outside, trying to roll the top up high against the fence. Molesworth has gotten by Martino, as did Mike Toth. They are running 3rd and 4th now, and Martino finds himself trying to hang on to a redraw spot. He's 5th with P.J. Bazowski in what I believe is his first time here in a Sportsman, runs in the 6th spot. Bazowski ran micro sprints for quite a while. Now Malozar by Bazowski and putting the pressure onto Martino. And Martino is like, all right, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And he tries to get by Dakota Kohler, who has dropped back to 4th. At the front, the leader is still Hunter Ploski, but Duncan Molesworth reeling him in. Mike Toth 3rd, Martino by half a car length over Dakota Kohler. Kohler trying to get back under him. Good battle there, side by side. Malozar is 6th. Remember, only 5 get into the redraw. 3 to go this time by, 3 to go. Molesworth has caught Hunter Ploski. Dakota Kohler back by Martino, as well as David Malozar into the 5th, but here comes Martino again. Good 3-car battle for the last 2 redraw spots. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, and a side-by-side dead even battle at the line between Molesworth and Plosky, and Molesworth makes the pass in turn number 1. Here comes Plosky back at him. Track providing some real even racing multi-grooves here. Here comes Plosky back to the inside, but Molesworth holds him off at the white flag. And Molesworth leading what I believe is his first lap of the race. He may have been scored the leader of the previous one. It was very close. Mike Toth all by himself in third, then Kohler and Malozar. Final 2 turns, it's going to be Duncan Molesworth from 5th starting spot. So Duncan Molesworth started 5th and drives to the front. Good battle with Hunter Plosky, and Molesworth comes out on top. Hunter Plosky in the 27 will settle for 2nd. So it's the 53 of Duncan Molesworth winning. 2nd, the 27 of Hunter Plosky. 3rd was the 89 of Mike Toth. 4th, the 59K of Dakota Kohler, and finishing in the 5th transfer spot, which puts him into the redraw, the 32C of David Malozar. And that will bring us to modified qualifiers. All right, folks, we got 50-50 tickets on sale throughout the grounds here. Be sure and get your 50-50 tickets. You got to be in it to win it, as the girls are selling them throughout the grandstands. And if you're watching at home, you can be part of the fun. There are 2 numbers on your screen. Call either one of them. We take Venmo, PayPal, and any major credit card. It's $1 a ticket, just as if you were sitting in the grandstands, and you can join tonight's 50-50. All right, next up will be our modified, what we're calling modified time trials. So what they did was all the modified drivers drew out of a hat, and that lined them up of which heat race or which qualifier, 15-lap qualifier, they will be in, 1, 2, or 3. So we have the roster here of each heat starters. How do we line them up? Well, we're going to give them 2 laps on the clock. We're going to split them in half so we have plenty of room. Nobody's running on top of each other and slowing each other down. And the way they time is the way we will line them up. However, with one wrinkle, the fastest modified of all 3 combined will spin a wheel that we will bring out, and it will have numbers from 1 to 6 on the wheel, each one on there twice. Whatever number comes up on the wheel, that's how many we will invert of the fastest cars in each of these qualifiers. It'll be 1 spin. It'll be the same invert for all 3. So if the example, the number 4 comes up, the top 4 cars will invert the top 4 fastest cars, and then everybody else starts at fastest on back, 5th through. If it's 6, we're going to invert the top 6. If it's 1, we're not going to invert. So that's how it's going to work. So the first qualifier, this is the first half of the field out on the Speedway for time. Loudon Reimert is in the floor machine and tool number 16. Reimert out of Ole, Pennsylvania. New Egypt's Joe Brown is in the Oliver Communications Group 5J. The White House 37 is Flemington's Brian Cool. The 4th car out there in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Strober Wright Roofing number 26, our 3-time now defending champion and a 7-time champion in his career, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. And rolling up on the backstretch, the 5th car here in the Harry's U-Pull at number 44 is Frank Cozy. All right, we're going to, so this is the first half of the first qualifier. Of course, all the times for the 2 sessions of the first qualifier will be combined. So this is the first half, and there's will be another 5 cars coming out for this qualifier. All right, green is out. Cars will come up onto the clock as they drop the green on Loudon Remmer. All right, Reimert, 17.151. He's faster than Brown and Cool the first time. And Ryan go down to the top of the list. He breaks 17 seconds, 16.932. 16.932 for go down. Second lap's coming up. Reimert is a little slower. Cozy much faster, but up to third now. I'm sorry, Joe Brown is third. So go down 16.932. I'm sorry, 16.855. His second lap was quicker. 16.855. So that is the time to beat here for fast time in this first one. And remember, the fastest one will get to spin the wheel. Second half of the first qualifier will come out for their times, and they'll be combined with these. Those were Ryan go down 16.855, Loudon Reimer at 17.151, Frank Cozy at 17.340, Joe Brown at 17.446, and Brian Cool at 17.675. Second half of qualifier one will be rolling out. All right, first car out on the Speedway and the Marvel's portable welding number one. That is the kid's kid, out of Frenchtown, Billy Pouch Jr. Billy Pouch Jr. in the number one. The Shockwave Racing Technologies number 921, that is Tim Franks. Tim Franks in the 921. The Ronnie's Auto Repair number 4M coming down the front straightaway at Boyertown. That is Logan Watt. Logan Watt in the 4M. And Logan carrying the in-car camera here tonight, as you see if you're watching on YouTube. The Valco Wheels 928 is Kevin Borden, and the Creston Hydraulics number 24 is DJ Hunt. These are the second group of 5 for the first qualifier. So now you know the 10 cars that will be in qualifier number 1 after intermission tonight. We will run those 3 qualifiers pretty much in the same spot we usually run the modified feature. All right. And the green coming out on DJ Hunt. So DJ Hunt coming up on the clock. We'll see if any of these 5 drivers can crack the top 5 from a first one. Billy Pouch on the clock. Franks and Logan Watt coming by. And DJ Hunt, who got the green, is pulling off. No time on DJ Hunt. He doesn't even make a lap. And he is back to the pits. Tough break for him. Here is the white flag on Pouch. Pouch, third fastest at 17.272. Logan Watt, second fastest, 17.063 for Logan Watt. Pouch's second lap is quicker, 17.013. That puts him into second. Logan Watt across the line, 17.016, 3/1000th of a second slower than Pouch. So go down holds fast time. Billy Pouch Jr. 17.013 was the fastest in that session. Second for this qualifier. Logan Watt third in the 4M. Loudon Reimert was fourth. Frank Cozy fifth, and Joe Brown sixth. That is your top six for the first qualifier. All right, cars across the scale. So I have the top six written down depending on what the invert is. Now we'll have two sessions for the second modified qualifier, and the first 5 cars coming on at the Speedway. First car out, the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M out of New Gretna, New Jersey. That is the silent assassin Paul Mancini. Right behind him in the Shockwave Racing Technology 92 Junior, George Garris Jr. George Garris Jr. in the 92. Third car on the Speedway, the BK Trucking, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, Dan Sommerling owned number 51 out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey, Hollywood, Ryan Krachin. The fourth car out there, he was our 2020 champion and a 3-time winner this year, driving the CNS equipment. Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6, the Dominator, Danny Buck. And the fifth and final qualifier, or coming out to qualify, driving the K&A Excavating number 51M out of Martinsville, New Jersey. That is Johnny Mack, John McClellan. John McClellan in the 51M. Back in a modified here tonight. First time in several years in a modified. Matter of fact, second time this year, or for numerous years, in a car at all. And of course, his one time this year was in the Matt Ellery number 29 backup car for the Mr. Crate Classic, and John brought it to victory lane. So this is your first 5 cars here in modified time trials qualifier number 2. And the cars will spread out and get some space here. Lights go off. The drivers know they can start picking up the pace. Mancini on the throttle first. And here they come. Mancini past the start-finish line. Green is hanging. We will go green on the 51 of Ryan Krachin. Green out on the field. Krachin, Buck onto the clock. Now McClellan, Mancini, and George Garris coming across the line. Everybody on the clock. Krachin's first lap, 17.426 for Krachin. Danny Buck, 16.965. Not quite as fast as Go Down. We'll see what his second lap is. Mancini is third at 17.403. Krachin's second lap quicker at 17.298. He's still second behind Danny Buck. Buck has come across the line, but his second lap was not as quick. All right, so Danny Buck at 16.965 is your fastest here so far in the first half of the second qualifier. Paul Mancini at 17.194 was second. Ryan Krachin third at 17.296. George Garris fourth, 17.419. And Johnny Mack, John McClellan at 17.762 was fifth fastest in session number 1. So now that's half the group. The other half will come out now. Another 5 cars. We will have 10 in each of the first 2 qualifiers, only 9 in the third qualifier, so we'll have a group of 5 and a group of 4. As we wait for the cars to come out. Cars in this group, the Valco Wheels Number 323 of Johnny Bangs will be one of the cars in this next session. Then a driver out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, driving the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck number 9, of course, is Joe Toth. Clay Butler out of Milford, New Jersey is in the 4B, and Butler now pulling up onto the Speedway back there. From Vineland, New Jersey, the Mancini Custom Homes 13T of Anthony Tramontana, and the Pioneer Pole Building number 79 of Davey Salmons. They are the 5 cars here for the second half of qualifier number 2. And we'll see if any of them can beat Danny Buck's time or get into the, got to be in the top 6 to have a chance to be inverted. We are going to spin a wheel. We'll have 10 numbers on it. Well, 10 slots on it. Each number represented twice, 1 through 6. So that's 12 spots, I'm sorry. 12 spots. Every number on there once, or twice, I mean. We'll have number 1 on there twice, number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You'll see when it happens. All right, green. Looking up, and a green will come out on Joe Toth. Toth, the first car onto the clock here in the number 9. Davey Salmons right behind him as the green flag waving on the field. And all 5 cars up onto the clock here as Joe Toth brings it up. Let's see what his first lap is. Toth 18.427. Davey Salmons third fast time 17.255. Johnny Banks 17.278. He is now 4th. Tramontana to 5th at 17.293. They bump everybody back except for Krachin. Krachin's still in the top 6. Davey Salmon 17.099 moves up to 2nd. So the fastest in that session, 17.099 by Davey Salmons. So Danny Buck is your fast timer at 16.965. A little bit slower than Ryan Godown, but he is the fastest in that group. Second was the 79 of George Garris Jr. I'm sorry, 79 of Davey Salmons. The 7M was third fastest. That's Paul Mancini. So it's Danny Buck, Davey Salmons, Paul Mancini. Clay Butler was 4th in the 4B. 5th, the 323 of Johnny Bangs, and 6th was the 13T of Anthony Tramontana. All right, third and final group coming out, and it'll be the first half, the first 5 drivers. All right, out of Bohemia, New York, in the Northeastern Office Supply number 6D, that is Dylan Stoyer. In the Amwell Auto Body number 29, Brandon Grasso, the Bellmead Bullet and former champion here in 2022. The Ace Materials number 6 of Justin Grasso heading down the backstretch. Jack Butler is in the number 5. And John Scarpati Jr. is in the S2. John Scarpati in the S2 as We went green, I believe, on Dylan Stoyer. All right, Brandon Grasso is what we went green on, and he sets fastest for the group so far, 17.161. That is faster than Justin or Dylan Stoyer. Jack Butler up to third. He goes ahead of Dylan Stoyer. Right now it's Brandon Grasso with Justin Grasso second. Fastest so far, Brandon Grasso, 17.102. So that is fast time so far, 17.102 for Brandon Grasso. Justin, 17.263. Jack Butler, 17.277. Dylan Stoyer, 17.811. And John Scarpati, 18.357. 4 cars left, and this is the 4 cars that will be coming out in the Big Spring Car Wash, number 126. That is Dominic Buffalino. An invader here tonight, and I believe it might be his first time here. He looked good in hot laps. Driving the Haas Automotive Manmiller Electric number 00 is Cody Manmiller. The Premio Sausage number 13 is Steve Davis. And the B&T Tools number 112 is the boss, Cale Ross. So Dominic Buffalino, 126, a 00 of Cody Manmiller, the 13 of Steve Davis, and the 112 of Cale Ross, the last 4 cars to go on to the clock. All right, green is out on Dominic Buffalino as they will come up on the clock. Let's see if these 4 can crack the top 6. Remember, the time to beat 16.855 of Ryan Godown. All right, cars coming up on the clock. Dominic Buffalino, 17.133. That is second fastest of the group. Cale Ross, 17.452. That is 5th fastest. Cody Manmiller, 17.822. Steve Davis, 17.533. Dominic Buffalino, 16.838. That is fast time. $16.838. Dominic Buffalino, 16.838. That is fast time. After the 4-cylinder heats, he will be out here to spin the wheel. So Nick Leach will bring him out and interview him. Second fast time in that group was Brandon Grasso with the 29. at 17.102. Cale Ross set third fast time in the 1:12. Then it was the 6G of Justin Grasso, the 5 of Jack Butler, and the 13 of Steve Davis. They were the 6 fastest cars in the third time trial group. All right, 4 cylinders are coming out, and we'll see what that invert's going to be after these 2 heat races and for all the action of these, or I'm sorry, 1 heat race. And with all the action, I'll give it to Jim Murdoch.
Thank you very much, Pete Wortman. 10 cars in this heat, 6 will redraw. It is a 6-lap contest. And you saw that track has a lot of speed out there this evening. And if you're one of the 765 current viewers watching at home on YouTube right now, thank you so very much for spending your Friday night along with us here at the racetrack. On the pole for the lonely one and only 4-cylinder heat, Robbie Steinmetz out of Hamilton in the 97S on his outside. Dom the Bomb, Dominic Antonelli in car number 88. Row number 2 in the 51P out of Hamilton, that's Penny Dunn. On her outside, Kyle Hurley from right here in New Egypt in car number 23. A lot of Kyle Hurley fans out there, or one really loud one. Either way, that's a heck of a way to follow our cheering rules here at the... Yeah, I hear you and I see you down there. Great job. Logan Mull will start in the 5th position. He's out of Chatsworth in car number 4. On Logan's outside, Joe Gary from Trenton in car number 26. Inside of the 4th row, Bobby Drayton the 4th out of Southampton in the 409, and Eric Dagler in that white and lime green number 1 NJ. Eric out of Robbinsville. The Draytons out of Southampton. Dale Mull will start 9th in car number 6. That is Logan's dad. Speaking of dads, Bobby Drayton the 4th's dad, Bob Drayton the 3rd, will start 10th out of Southampton in the X09. Again, this is a 6-lap contest. Top 6 cars will redraw for their starting positions for the 15-lap feature coming up in just a little bit. After this heat race, we're going to head downstairs where Nick will have Dominic Buffalino, your fast timer in the modifieds, a blistering pace under 17 seconds. Probably close to the track record. When you see the modifieds turn sub 17 laps, you know the track has a ton of bite in it. And we had 3 different drivers break that 17-second barrier. Ryan Godown, of course, Dominic Buffalino, and Danny Buck. All right, lights are out. Here we go. Getting ready to go. 4-cylinder racing, 6 laps. First of 2 nights for the 4 bangers. Hey, the green flag is waving. We are 4-cylinder racing as they spread out 2 and 3 wide down the front stretch, going into turn number 1. Steinmetz down low, Kyle Hurley in the middle, and Dom the Bomb up high. Now they're going to swap but continue to go 3 wide with Hurley down low. Here comes Steinmetz in the middle. Penny Dunn. There's a whole pack of 4 cylinders out of turn 4. 4 wide this time down the front stretch. And Bobby Drayton thought about making it 5. Side by side, fender to fender for the lead. Look at this battle up front. Kyle Hurley down low, Dom the Bomb up high. Here comes Dagler in that white and neon green number 1. Bobby Drayton in the X09 showing his nose as well. Tried to make it 3 wide. He backed out wisely. Kyle Hurley is now up front, but Dagler right behind. Side by side for 3rd behind them. And we are quickly going to see the laps ticking away as we have trouble on the front stretch. Oh, Dagler and Penny Dunn getting mixed up out of turn 4. I think Degler's got a flat tire. I heard a tire go flat or pop, and I think Degler's got a left rear that just exploded coming out of turn number 4. He's going to try to limp off the racetrack in turn 2. Back up front, wheel to wheel for the lead. Bobby Drayton and Kyle Hurley inches apart, maybe touching out of turn 2. Boy, you could not fit a credit card between the two of them as Bobby Drayton muscles his way to the lead. Kyle Hurley trying to challenge back on the inside, nothing there. And now all of a sudden, here comes Joe Gary in the 26. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go. I don't want this one to end. Two laps to go for Bobby Drayton in a wildly entertaining 4-cylinder heat race. White flag this time by for Bobby Drayton. Joe Gary battling for second. Trying to get around Kyle Hurley. Again, top 6 will redraw for their starting positions. Out of turn 4, this time by, he can see the checker flag, Bobby Drayton, the third. Your winner, followed by Kyle Hurley, Joe Gary, Tom the Bomb, Dale Mull, Robbie Steinmetz, and Bobby Drayton, the fourth. All right, we're going to make our way down to the front stretch where Chris Moore has brought the wheel. The redraw wheel. And Nicky Leach, after he talks to the 4-cylinder heat race winner, he's going to bring Dominic Buffalino out front. And I believe after this will be our street stock feature with the 4 street stocks that have signed in tonight. You can see one of our street stock competitors making his way down the front stretch, Patrick Force in the number 18.
Remember, folks, an after party. So Nick finishing up the heat race interview with the winner, Bobby Drayton. And then he'll be bringing Dominic Buffalino up for the wheel spin to see how many we're going to invert out of each qualifier. Next up is our street stock feature event at 15 laps. No heat tonight. They only have 4 cars signed into the pit area.
So you can see the wheel. We have numbers 1 through 6. And there's 2 of each number, 1 through 6. There's also 2 spin again. So this will be, as Pete mentioned, the invert for all 3 of the 15-lap qualifiers coming up a little bit later on tonight. There's Scotty Freed making his way to the front stretch. In the car number 72, Shane Grasso coming out in the 17. And we have Chris Lane also here in the 88. All right, Chris says go ahead. So 16.8 seconds. Did it feel that fast?
I didn't know. I mean, going out last, I wasn't sure how much the track slowed down. So I could feel good and still not know what the other guys did earlier. But, yeah, I mean, I got to thank Glenn and Benita Heineman. They got me a new motor last week, and it was much needed. And I just want to thank them for that and give me this opportunity to come here.
We got our nice flyover courtesy of Joint Base McGuire Dix Lakers over there. 3 drivers breaking that 17-second barrier. Yourself, Ryan Godown, and Danny Buck. What do you think about these 15-lap qualifiers?
I don't know. This is new for, this kind of stuff here. So we'll see. I mean, I like longer races better than short races any day. So I'll take a 15-lap heat.
There you go. All right. I guess it's time to spin the wheel. 1 second. We got to get Chris Moore with the phone. You put some oomph into that. All right. Spin again. After all that, it lands on spin again. Well, we've got to invert to eventually. Oh, no. Never play roulette with this guy. It'll land on 0 and 00 every time.
Wish I had the Jeopardy music.
This is the longest inversion we can do here. 5. Is that 5 or 4? 4. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, so the invert is 4 for each of the qualifiers. That will just give you real quick. The pole sitters will be Loudon Reimert in the first one, Clay Butler in the second one, and Justin Grasso in the third one. Street Stock feature is up next, and then after that will be our Oliver Communications Group modified match races. Only 4 cars, 15 laps. Chris Lane, who is not out yet in the 88, is scheduled to go on the pole. Patrick Force in the number 18 will start in the second position. And the second and final row, Shane Grasso in the number 17, and the 72 is Scott Freed. Patrick Force, a 2-time winner in that number 18, and he finished second in points by 13 points behind Rob Ormsby. Scott Freed was third in points and did not win this year in the number 72. Freed was 50 points behind Patrick Force, mostly because he could not start the feature on the opening night of the year. Shane Grasso was 6th in points. He also had a night where he could not start the feature and cost him a lot of points in that number 17. Chris Lane was 7th in points, but was a 3-time winner this year. And we're waiting on Chris Lane.
All right, there is Chris Lane making his way to the Speedway surface right now. So all 4 street stocks have answered the call. This will be a 15-lap contest. All right, the 4 street stocks are pacing behind the pace truck. For quality street stocks. This time by, starting in the turn 4 pit grandstands, this will be your wave lap. And for you folks on the front stretch in a turn 1, you can start that wave in turn 4 as the drivers pass by and keep that wave going all the way down the front stretch into turns 1 and 2. You wave at them. And Chris Lane, Patrick Force, Shane Grosso, and Scotty Freed are waving back at you. Here we go, the pace quickens. Chris Lane will look to see the double green flags in the air. There they are, street stock racing in the Pinelands of central New Jersey. Here comes Pat Force on the outside. He's gonna grab the top spot. Took him 1 set of turns to do so, but Chris Lane following right behind him. Scotty Freed out there in the 72 trying to reel in Chris Lane. And Shane Grosso not too far behind in the 17. Yeah, a lot of these cars very equally matched. As Pete mentioned, Chris Lane had 3 wins. Pat Force with 2 feature wins. Scott Freed and Shane Grosso looking for their first feature win of 2025. So Pat Force leads, Chris Lane not letting him out of his sight though. And Scott Freed within about 2 or 3 car lengths of Chris Lane. Top 3 are evenly spaced out through the backstretch tri-oval into turn number 3. Chris Lane trying to reel in Pat Force. Now Chris Lane kind of reeled in. Pat Force got within about a half a car length on his rear bumper. Force, feeling that power out of turn 2, was able to open up about 2 car lengths. Chris Lane getting in through turns 1 and 2 quite well. Chris Lane trying to reel in Pat Force. Nothing there, but Chris Lane is stalking Pat Force. 6 laps complete, 9 to go. As we approach the halfway point, it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to come down to Pat Force or Chris Lane. Chris Lane stumbling through turns 3 and 4. He got sideways. Did not allow Pat Force to kind of make up any extra ground. Yeah, he's right in his draft, if there was a draft. 2 car lengths separating first and second spot. Chris Lane in the 88 trying to catch Pat Force. Halfway, 8 down, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Patrick Force in the 18. Scott Freed in the 72 has fallen back, and Shane Grosso has slowed considerably. He's about a half a lap behind the leaders. This time by, it'll be 5 laps to go, the hi, how are you lap. 5 laps to go for Pat Force. Let's see if he can hold on. Still about a 2, make it 3 car length lead for Pat Force. Chris Lane once again trying to close in. Gained some ground that time as he dove low into turn 3. But then he kind of lost his momentum with that big burst of speed. And now Scotty Freed has pulled off in the 72. 0.6 of a second separating first and second. You can see what that interval looks like space-wise. It's about 2, 3 car lengths out there. That's it with 3 laps to go this time by. 3 to go for Pat Force. Chris Lane right there within striking distance. A good lap for Chris Lane. Good exit of turn 2, allowing him to stay with Pat Force. It's going to come down to it. This is not over by a long shot. 2 laps to go, 2 to go for your leaders. Chris Lane trying that diamond move that works so well with the faster divisions. It kind of worked well for him there too. He's as close as he's been all race to Pat Force. White flag this time by. Lane goes high. Force staying down low. 1 lap to go for your leaders. Who's it going to be? It's like a match race you're going to see coming up with the modifieds out here. Pat Force, your leader. Chris Lane trying to do anything he can to get around him. Not going to happen this time by. Out of turn number 4. Patrick Force sees the twin checkers flying. Chris Lane gave it all he got, but Pat Force will come home victorious for his 3rd feature win of 2025, tying Chris Lane. All right, so an entertaining race for the 4 street stocks out there. Never count out a short field of street stocks. That was entertaining for all 15 laps. We're going to send it down into the infield. Victory lane will be done by Nick Leach for the street stocks and the 4 cylinders. I'm not going to risk trying to step down that 3-foot gap in sandals. I should have packed some play shoes. It was either this or dress shoes, and I wasn't wearing dress shoes to a racetrack after just getting back from Miami a couple hours ago.
We'll wait for Pat Force to get in here to victory lane. Are we ready for some match races? John Sicko out here with the victory lane sign. And we'll talk to Pat when he gets out of the car here. Mathis Construction, KG Marine, Contracting, Ledbetter and Sons. Match race cars going to the infield. Time to get your dollar bills ready, people. Now, when I asked Pat why this car is pink, black, and white, he said that's because what my daughter wanted my car to have pink, black, white, and gray on it, and purple. And I'll tell you what, it's one of the neatest looking race cars out here. Man, there is some wood in the infield for these match races. We got 2 trophy girls. Miss Mallory's out here. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Pat Force. Let them hear it. Got all the apparatus off. We'll get him over here and we'll talk. He tried to run me over. Earlier today, he tried to run me over. I'm glad he wasn't driving this thing, but welcome back to Victory Lane, my man. Good job.
Yeah, man. It feels good to be back. Been a little while. A couple little hiccups, you know, but good to be back. Made some changes. Worked.
Track is really fast right now.
Oh, yeah. I love racing this time of the year. You know what I mean? Sun goes down earlier. Track stays good and doesn't really dry up. You know, it stays fast. I like that.
Got a hell of a lot of bite in it. Pat, you've been having a heck of a year here, in and out. Sometimes breaks don't go your way, but you're standing here in Victory Lane. This is where you need to be. The kids are over there. We're having a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, man, it was a long season. Whenever you race for points, it's a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. But, you know, we learned a lot of things this year. You know, came up short of winning the championship, but we'll try that again next year, you know. But this is what, 3rd win, so I'll take that, you know, better than last year.
Well, he will definitely be a force to be reckoned with next year. He just said it right here. He's going to run for that championship. Let's hear it for Pat Force. He gets it done tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Nikki. Real quick, before you get underway with the match races, we want to announce our 50-50 phone numbers for you folks watching on YouTube to call. There it is on your screen for you folks at home. Call 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. 50-50 drawing from the comfort of your sofa. And folks in the crowd, 50-50 girls are walking around. And we will draw that a little bit later on tonight. So with the numbers on the screen and Victory Lane ceremonies wrapping up, we can see the modified starting to assemble in the infield. We'll send it back downstairs to Nick Leach with a trackside view of all this exciting action about to come your way.
In this bag, in one of these compartments, in the front compartment, there should be a shot. All right, we got a line here. This is where we start. And I was told that if I'm in the way, I get run over. Chris Moore. If you hit me, you're going to ruin your car, so don't do that. Now, Allison's going to come out here and give me a sheet of everybody that's in the running here. Then they'll get to pick. Dina's going to mark them off. Nice hat, Dina. And the Phillies are winning 1-0 right now. 2-0. 2-0. Go Phils. One more time for Pat Force. Hell of a job. Yeah. Track in really good shape. Really good shape. Still got a ton of bite in it. Happy birthday to Madison. Happy birthday to Madison. Happy birthday, dear Madison. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to Madison. Let her hear it. A lot of good wood over there in the infield. As soon as they give me a go, oh, Chris is coming out here. I thought I was going to see the good-looking girl. She's walking away. Okay. See, and Chris is always prepared. Always. Always. All right, here's the guys that are in the running. Dominic Buffalino, Ryan Godown, Danny Buck, Billy Pouch Jr., Logan Watt, Davey Salmons, Brandon Grasso, Loudon Reimert, Paul Mancini, and Cale Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Clay Butler, welcome back to New Egypt. I have a list of names, Clay. Pick your poison.
I want you.
You want me?
Let's go Cale Ross.
He wants Cale Ross. Cale Ross is who he wants. The 112. 2 laps. Cross off Cale Ross. Cale Ross.
Nice job, Pat.
How many Cale Ross fans do we have? How many Clay Butler fans do we have? Can the Butler do it? Let's see. Got to go with the line. Terry Branson's right here watching them. It's going to be a go or no, but here we go. 2 laps. The winner moves on. All right, it's time to keep one eye on your guy and a hand on your fries. Here we go. Ross on the inside, Butler on the outside. Ross got the advantage. There he goes. He moves up the racetrack. Here we go. Ross, the boss. Butler trying to stay with him. Butler on the gas as he goes into 1 and 2. Cale Ross. Cale Ross is your winner. All right, we'll put the clipboard in there with Cale, see who he's got left. He'll pick somebody. The boss comes to New Egypt, wins the first round. Show him the clipboard. Let's see who he wants. Davey Salmons. He wants Davey Salmons in the 79. Davey Salmons. How many Davey Salmons fans we got? Should have a few of them. How many Cale Ross fans we got? How many think the boss can run the table? All right, we're going to find out. All right, Cale Ross, they got to come to the line together. Terry Branson's waiting for them. Got to be side by side. There we go. Salmon's on the inside slide. Job. Ross going to cross him over down the backstretch. There he goes. Ross. Salmon's not going to let him up for air. Here comes Ross for lap number 1. Cale Ross off of turn number 2. Davey Salmons Ross is the boss at this point. Salmon's trying to make up the difference. It's the boss, Cale Ross. Where's Cale's wife at? Is she here? Raise your hand. All right, we'll go back over here with our clipboard. I'll put the microphone under his helmet and he can pick somebody now.
Logan Watt.
He's calling out, lights out Logan Watt. He wants the young gun Logan Watt. He is no longer the spark plug. He is known as Lights Out Logan Watt. Remember that. And let's see if he can knock Cale's lights out right now. How many Logan Watt fans do we have? How many Cale Ross fans do we have? All right, pick your poison, get your dollar bills out. A young gun and used to be young gun. He's still a little young. All right, it's the boss against the lights out. Let's see what happens. Got to go with Terry Branson. Got to go with Terry Branson right at the line. Logan Watt has been hot. Let's see what the boss does. Logan on the high side, Watt there trying to keep pace with him as they go down the back. Logan Watt on the bottom. Here comes Logan. Cale. Logan not giving him any breathing room. Here we go. Logan a little bit of a push getting into 1 and 2 there. That may be enough. The boss now has a hat trick. That's 3 in a row. Now, I know Cale's wife wants him to race at New Egypt. Yes, she does. You didn't have dinner with her when I did. She wants him to race here. This could change the whole ball game.
Buffalino.
Bring out the 126, Dominic Buffalino. Our fast timer of the night and the boss. How many Dominic Buffalino fans do we have? I can't hear you. How many Cale Ross fans do we have? I can't hear you. All right, here we go. The boss and the buff man. Oh, my Lord, the cream is not rising to the top. It's already here. A lot of good guys sitting over there in the infield. Pouch, Go Down, Buck, Loud and Reimert, Paul Mancini, Brandon Grasso. Here we go. Buffalino in that 126. Ross on the high side, Buffalino on the low side. Down the back stretch, here they come. Ross. Buffalino giving it all it's worth. Cale Ross down the back stretch. Buffalino ain't gonna lift. Watch this, people. Get your popcorn ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know who's buying dinner. Wow. Cal has not forgotten how to get around New Egypt Speedway at all.
Brandon Grosso.
Brandon Grosso. Brandon Grosso in the 29. Brandon Grosso. Brandon Grosso is sporting the Amwell Auto Body colors and Ryan Creation's number, but that is Brandon Grosso behind the wheel. How many Brandon Grosso fans we have? How many Cale Ross fans we got? All right, here we go. Brandon picked lane choice. He picks the bottom. Loudon Reimer owns a championship this year. He's sitting in the infield. Cale Ross coming off a win at Bridgeport. Brandon Grosso, multiple wins here at New Egypt. At the line, keep your eye on your guy. Grosso trying to keep pace as they go down the back. Cale Ross. Grosso. Not enough. Grosso way off the pace. Hopefully nothing major in the 29. Now, you listening to Uncle Nick here? It's either going to take a hell of a slider getting into one, or somebody's got to pick the top. He's won every race on the top.
Ryan go down.
Oh, Ryan go down the Ringo's rocket. Send out the 26. Wake him up over there. He's taking a nap. Your 2025 modified champion. Finally, somebody's paying attention. Go down, picks the top. This could be the difference. Ross has won every race from the top. Let's see if Go Down has anything. How many Go Down fans? How many Cale Ross fans? I can't hear you. All right, here we go at the line. Go Down and Ross. Don't be scared. Go Down on the high side, Ross on the low side, down the back stretch they go. Go Down with a little bit of an advantage. Ross all the way through the corner into the throttle. Go down the back stretch. Got to give a shout out to Kale Ross. He done a hell of a job. Let him hear it. Welcome home, Kale. All right, let's see who Ryan Godown picks. How many we got left? We got Mancini. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, it's Ryan Godown. We called that for him. He wants Paul Mancini. He wants the silent assassin. Now, Ryan picked the outside when he came out. Let's see if Paul was paying attention. Listen to me, children. Look at the chalkboard. There you go, kid. How many Paul Mancini fans? How many Ryan Godown fans? I usually say when it hits the fan, he's your man for Bobby Drayton, but it may hit the fan right here. Pay attention. Pay attention, students. You can learn something here. Here we go. Godown, Mancini. Mancini considered a young gun. Coming off a win in Delaware. Hasn't won here yet. Here we go. Oh. Down the back, Mancini on the inside. Godown on the outside. Down the front. Godown. Mancini. Well, that's either I'm crossing you off the Christmas card list or you can't come to my trailer for a hamburger. All right, here we go. Don't matter. Liz makes good hamburgers. I haven't got one yet, but she makes good hamburgers. Don't even try it. He wants Sean Reimert in the 16. Loudon Reimert. Sean is his dad. He wants Loudon Reimert, who is your big diamond champion. Give him a round of applause. Well deserved for Loudon Reimert. $16. Took him that long to figure that out in the infield. Oh, yeah, listen to your ears. Turn that miracle you're up. Loudon Reimert. How many Loudon Reimert fans we got? Loudon has a few wins here. He's won a couple big ones here. He's going to take the inside. He ain't scared. All right, Loudon Reimert and Ryan Godown. I say you got to go into turn one, make the track a little wide on them. We'll see what happens. Got Danny Buck, Billy Pouch. All right, here we go. Loudon and Ryan. Reimert on the inside, Godown on the outside. Down the back stretch they go, Loudon Reimert. I'm not lifting. Come on, bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it. Wow. Go down the back. Reimert trying to get to the bottom. Go down. Well, if you frequent New Egypt Speedway on a Saturday night, you got to see Danny Buck, Billy Pouch, and Ryan Godown battle it out each and every week. He wants Billy Pouch Jr. He just stuck his finger up and said, bring it. Billy Pouch Jr. How many Billy Pouch Jr. fans we got? How many Ryan Godown fans do we have? Where's the kid's kid going to go? He's going to take the bottom. And Danny Buck gets to go to the money round. All right. Go down and Pouch. You've seen this scenario before. And if you were paying attention at Grandview Saturday night, let's see. There goes Pouch. Gets underneath him down the backstretch. Here we go. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Here comes Go Down. Wow. Wow, and he takes him up the racetrack. Go Down. There you have it. Now, these two guys battling it out for the points. If there wasn't so many rainouts, it may have been a different story, but Ryan Godown is your 2025 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Daring Dan, the stock car man. How many Danny Buck fans we got? How many Ryan Godown fans we got? All right, this is going to decide it. This is the big Buck round. No pun saying the Buck round. Let's see what he picks. Danny Buck's going to take the high side. Now, if you know these two guys, just like the last round, somebody's got to lift, and that could be pretty interesting going down into turn one. It could be real interesting down into turn one. Get your dollar bills out. Go Down's on the inside, Buck's on the outside. Close your eyes, get your popcorn ready. The show's about to start. Go Down, Danny Buck, Go Down, Buck using the bottom lane. Now she's lit. Ryan Go Down. And your winner, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. Izzy Trucking. SPI, Ellery's Pub, of course. Creston Hydraulics, Boss TMI. You got all kind of stuff here. Bill Brown, Paltech, Supreme Heating and Air. Strober Wright Roofing. David J. Banco. Liz the Hamburger Girl. Trick Race Parts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. You know, I was yelling, telling the guys to go to the top, and nobody would listen. Wow.
Track's really good shape. You know, I can't thank Fred and Mark. I mean, it's tremendous. You can run the top, you can run the bottom, and obviously can't thank all my guys. I mean, they got, you know, we got a good hot rod the last month or two here, Georgetown, you know, Grandview. Wherever it's just enjoyable to drive, and we were actually going to try the big block in that match races, but we had a problem with it after we hot lapped it, so we took out this, and then. Just like I said, I can't thank all the guys, and they're putting it together. Can't thank my girlfriend for putting up with me the last couple of weeks, trying to get all these cars done for Oswego. So we're just, you know, stepping at it. Hopefully we'll do all right in the heat and get ourselves locked in and go for it tomorrow.
It's about time, Ryan.
Yeah. You know, we kind of go streaky like that. I mean, it's funny how that works, but we struggled the first half of the season. That's, you know, really nobody looks at. And, man, we really went to work in the shop, and that's like where the you know, races are won and lost, unfortunately. And, you know, we just busted our butt in the shop of trying to get different things. And no matter where, what car I'm in, man, it's really fun to drive right now. I just want to run like 5 times a week. It's pretty cool. So, like I said, I can't thank the crew. Can't thank all my sponsors. I know it's a match race, but we'll take it and, you know, get ready for the heat races. And obviously can't thank PJ Oliver. I mean, I wish I was racing against him again, but nice to see them guys. Nice to see you always come out. And, you know, we've been racing here a long time, and PJ Oliver and his dad been here many years. Is just glad to see him all come out.
All right, let's hear it. Ryan Godown wins it. PJ and Phil are going to come out here and give him the big money as Ryan Godown wins the match races here. Can't. That's better. Can't thank PJ and Phil enough for what they do here. They put on the match races. They bring this guy back here to announce the match races. Makes me very happy. I appreciate what they do. We all should appreciate what they do, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here. Give Oliver Communication Group and Construction a round of applause. They deserve it, gang.
So Ryan Godown is your Oliver Communications Group modified match race winner. He picks up $700 as he won the last 5 events, picking up $500 in the last one and $50 for each of the other 4. Cale Ross won the first 5 events, winning $250. All right, so lots of racing still to come here. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman timed hot lap sessions will be up next. This is session number 1. Everybody will get to go in one of these. They'll split them up into groups. The vintage cars will be after that, then the 4-cylinder feature event. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman timed sessions coming out. All right, so they'll get 2 laps on the clock, and we're going to bring 6 cars out at a time. There are 29 cars signed in if they all want to participate in this. Some of the non-winners may be here just for that race tonight, but we'll see how many come out. But looking like 5 sessions if there's 6 cars on the track at a time. It'll be a green-white checker, just like the modified time dashes before for their qualifier starting lineup time trial. So basically what these are is they're going to get 2 laps on the clock. We will repeat this in a little while before the modified qualifiers. So they get 2 shots at this. So basically for the night, they'll get 4 time laps, 2 in this session and 2 at a later session in a little while. The fastest 2 cars of both sessions combined will lock into the redraw tomorrow night, not really even have to run a heat race. They can tag at the back and just kind of hot lap their car, and they'll automatically be into the redraw for tomorrow night's All-Star Cup shootout, which is 30 laps and pays $1,500 to win. All right, first 6 cars coming out. Ethan Bill in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, number 14, is the first car on the Speedway. Bill finished 5th in points, was a 2-time winner this year. The Grandview Speedway champion, crate champion in the CTC Construction 59 is Colin Cox. Joe Toth is a former champion here multiple times. He's also our all-time leading winner in the crates. Toth in the Sweetwater Marine and River Deck number 9. Toth with 18 career wins, 4 ahead of Ryan Simmons. Speaking of Ryan Simmons, with 14 career wins, second on the all-time win list. He was second in points this year. He was our defending track champion this year from last year. He drives the Elegant Exteriors number 20. That is Ryan Simmons. Glenn McIntyre in the 88. He'll be running the non-winners race later on. McIntyre celebrating his best year behind the wheel. Finished 11th in points this year. And the last car on the track, I believe that is Dylan Swinehart in the 38, a late arrival from Pennsylvania. The Weller Motorsports 38, I believe that is as the cars come up onto the clock. All right, Ethan Bill, 18.040. Ryan Simmons. Now Glenn McIntyre is second at 18.077. The 38 of Swinehart, 18.065, second fastest. So Ethan Bill, fast time, 17.827. 17.827. We're going to write that down. But Dylan Swinehart, 18.065. Glenn McIntyre 18.077, very close to Swinehart. Ryan Simmons 18.092, and Joe Toth 18.176. Colin Cox was 18.233. I believe that's Dylan Swinehart. I'm not 100% positive, and I'm. All right, Mark Moore leads him out. Well, I'm sorry, Tommy Klimkowski led him out, the 22. So he comes by the front and missed him. He was behind the post. I look around here. Mark Moore in the 20M, a heat winner tonight for the non-winners race. That is the Jimbo's exteriors. Hunter Plosky, one of our co-rookie champions, is in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Flemington Department Store number 27. Yeah, it is Dylan Swinehart. I just checked and I saw a picture. That's the same sponsors on the car. Pat Wall is in the 5W, the Service Tire and Truck Center, number 5W. Matt Martino is in the 226, and Dylan Morris is in the 34. As the green coming out, we'll go up on the clock. Pat Wall, second fast time, 17.923. Only the second car to break 18 seconds. Matt Martino, 18.044. He is up to third now. All right, so through two sessions, Ethan Bill, 17.827, and Pat Wall at 17.923. Pat Wall in that 5W. They are the two fastest. Matt Martino was third fastest, 18.044. Dylan Swinehart, 18.065. Glenn McIntyre, 18.077. Ryan Simmons at 18.092. Joe Toth, 18.176. Mark Moore, 18.207. Colin Cox, 18.233. And Hunter Plosky at 18.376. That's the 10 fastest so far. We'll see who can break into that. And as soon as the cars come out, I'll tell you who's in the third session here. Should have 5 sessions with Dylan Swinehart being a late arrival. That puts 30 sportsmen in the pits here tonight. Let's see if they all come out and try to take time here. So far, we have had 12. All right, looks like DJ Hunt's going to be given a lap or two here. He pulled off. You may remember in his time trials for the modifieds, he pulled up before even getting a lap in the books. He'll start last in the first modified qualifier, and he has whatever the problem is fixed and wants to see if it is absolutely fixed here. Well, DJ Hunt looked good on the first lap. Looked like he had the problem fixed. And on the second lap, we heard a pop. And the car came to an abrupt halt. And they are picking parts up off the track. And that is not good. I mean, unless it was something outside of the motor. But that could have been driveline. Well, Aiden Spencer out for this next set of Sportsman timed hot laps here, or time trials if you want to call them that. He's in the 921. He was a co-rookie champion with Hunter Plosky. Now, I believe this is Mike Butler in the car for these in the 04. Ryan Marr is in the 51, the 57Z. John Cameron out of Hainesport, New Jersey. Dakota Kohler is in the 59K. And Mike Toth is in the 89. Ryan Marr in that 51 was a rookie champion here a couple years ago. (2023), I believe. Malozar, I believe, was 2022. All right, these 6 cars coming up on to speed here. Green flag waving on Mike Butler down the front. May have come out on Aiden Spencer. I did not see if he was waving it yet or not. We'll see if he comes up on the clock. All right, we'll watch the top 10. Let's see if anybody can crack into the top 10 here. And it is Mike Butler at 5th. If you're on my race pass, it'll say Jordan Cox because we have him in for the non-winners race, but Mike Butler is behind the wheel for trying to time for tomorrow. Butler at 5th fastest right now at 18.072. No one else out there cracking the top 10. Dakota Kohler did get 11th, right behind Colin Cox. Mike Toth 12th. But the only one cracking the top 5, or the top, I'm sorry, the top 10 was Mike Butler in the 04 at 5th. So Mike Butler 5th. Top 2 still the same. They're the only 2 cars to eclipse 18 seconds. Ethan Bill 17.827 and Pat Wall 17.923. They are the times to beat. Next set out. The Mershon Concrete number 53 of Duncan Molesworth. He is the first car on the Speedway. May have had another late arrival. We sure did. This is the BK Trucking number 51 of Matt Peck. Matt Peck out there. Another late arrival here. Matt Ellery in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29. George Garrish Jr. getting the SRT 4U, the Shockwave Racing Technology 4U out there. The 07 is PJ Bazowski. And I skipped over a car. That is David Malozar in the 32C, or 2022 rookie champion. So once again, 6 cars. Well, the idea would be to spread out. We only have 6 cars, and 3 of them are all lumped together on the backstretch. Now, of course, the first one in that line, he's not lumped together. You got nobody in front of him. There he goes. Oh, they're just going to let him go. Garris lets him go, and Malozar. All right, green flag waving on the field, and it is on Matt Ellery. So we are green on Matt Ellery in the 29. Then it's George Garris in the 4U. That's a nice looking car. That is a car that is an old Rick Holston 96 modified. White flag coming out. Let's see if anybody cracks in. Matt Ellery to third fastest, and he broke 18 seconds. But not quite fast enough to get in the top 2, 17.969. Duncan Molesworth, 5th fastest at 18.060. George Garris, 11th fastest, 18.196. And that's going to do it for this session. So 4 groups in the books, and Matt Ellery in that group, 3rd fastest and the 3rd car to eclipse 18 seconds at 17.969. Duncan Molesworth at 18.060 was 5th fast. So he's right behind Matt Martino. Dylan Swinehart still 6th, Mike Butler still 7th, Glenn McIntyre 8th, Ryan Simmons 9th, and Joe Toth 10th. George Garris timing 11th. And Mark Moore, the 20M, is currently 12th. Ethan Bill, of course, and Pat Wall, the 2 right now. But again, there's a whole other session for everybody later on, and they'll go against these times. And if the track speeds up, they could be in danger. All right, Jax Jan is in the Carroll's Tree Service 74. He's the first car out here in session number 5. John Scarpati Jr. is in the S2. The 18R is Ryan Krasinski. The number 21, that is the CNS Lawn and Landscape number 21. Ryan Graver in the number 21. That is the Monty Pool Racing, the Meg Motorsports number 21. Another car coming out on the backstretch. That is Chris Bergstrom, one of our rookie graduates this year, in the number 3. Ryan Krasinski is out there in the 18R. I may have said him already. All right, 5 cars on the track. That will be 29. There's 31 here. So 2 of them either broke in the heat and can't come out, or are not trying the time for tomorrow. They're just running the non-winners race. All right, checkered flag coming out. And it does not look like anyone cracked the top 10. Joe Toth still in 10th. But Ryan Krasinski gets ahead of George Garris there. He is 11th. So Ryan Krasinski, 11th fast time in that session in the 18R. Looks like that will complete it. The only two cars not coming out, John Norsha and Will Protenick. Looks like they are happy with running the non-winners race. Does not mean they're not coming tomorrow. That just means they may want to save it. Will Protenick's starting outside pole here in the non-winners race later on. They also may be working on the cars. You never know. So 31 cars in the pit area. That's a heck of a field on the first night of when most of the show is tomorrow. So here come the vintage cars before the four-cylinder feature. Jack Patterson is in the 43 going into turn number 1. The 29 is Jim Hawks. Hawks very well known around here. Nick Marco, the head of the group here. He is in the replica Paul Deasy 707 yellow coupe. Walt Sook is in the 27 Junior. That's a nice looking car right there. And the other car out there, of course, is that Pinot. That is the number 92 of Steve Taylor, and of course, that is not a replica. That is the same car that his dad drove at East Windsor, among other tracks in New Jersey and the tri-state area. His dad, of course, Harry Taylor. All right, pace truck is off for this exhibition. The lights are off and the green is on. Jack Patterson and Nick Marco on that front row. And it was Hawks and Sook. Hawks taking third, now going by Jack Patterson for second as he chases Nick Marco. Steve Taylor back in the 5th position as they come off the corner. And it's Nick Marco out in the lead, but Jim Hawks reeling him in quick. They give me a lot of information about these cars. The leader, Nick Marco, of course, that is a coupe. That is a steel-bodied 1938 coupe, side-by-side for the lead now. 2 generations right there. Now, it's funny because under that 38 Chevy coupe, and of course, some of them are replicas where they pieced them together. Under that beautiful 707 coupe, and it's a 1938 Chevy coupe body, that is a 1988 Troyer chassis under that car. With a 350 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood. Nick Marco out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania, but he gets past there for the lead. And Jim Hawks in the lead now in the 29. And Hawks, that's a 1990 Troyer 4-coil car. With an Olsen-style gremlin body on it. The old Olsen Eagles. Actually, that does not look like an Olsen Eagle. That looks like one of the other Olsen years. That car has a crate, Chevy 602 crate in it. Hawks out of Jackson, New Jersey, and he's going to lap some cars here. As he comes up, Stephen Taylor has passed Sook and Patterson, who are battling here. As Hawks gets by Jack Patterson in that 43 coupe. Of course, that's a steel-bodied 1939 Plymouth Coupe. See Jack Patterson here on the front stretch. That's an old Sammy Beavers driven car that was built by Jimmy Horton Sr. Got a 454 cubic inch big block, and it's a 1954 Chevy chassis with that Plymouth Coupe body on it. Car is owned by Gino Murin. Jack Patterson from Toms River, New Jersey, in that 43. Walt Sook in the 27. He's out of Roosevelt, New Jersey. That's a 1985 Olson chassis with an Olson body on it. That 27 Junior. Sook found that car out in Pennsylvania and had been garage kept for a long time. That's a beautiful looking car. Checkered flag coming out. Sook with a crate motor under the hood. And of course, I told you a little bit about Stephen Taylor. A car sponsored by Taylor's Woodworking. Steve out of Roebling, New Jersey. A steel-bodied Pinto with a Kreitz Brightbill chassis and a 350 cubic inch small block under the hood. All right, next up will be the four-cylinder feature. I'm going to pass it over to my partner in the voice of the full fender divisions here at the New Egypt Speedway, Big Jim Murdoch.
Thank you very much, Pete. Give you a chance to rest your voice for a little bit. And by luck of the draw, this is the way the four cylinders will go to the green flag. On the pole, there he is, charging out of the pits in the 88, Dom the Bomb, Dominic Antonelli. By the way, right after this feature, a brief break, maybe 10 minutes tops, just to grab something to eat, use the restrooms, whatever. Real quick break after this feature. And don't forget, folks, big after party coming up at the conclusion of this event. We've got the mechanical bull riding contest. $500 to win, free to enter. And also, for men and women, also by 11 o'clock tonight, all campfires must be extinguished. By 11 o'clock, all campfires must be out. The local police will be back there checking on that. All right, back to the lineup. We mentioned on the pole, Dom the Bomb, Dominic Antonelli on his outside, and the 23, Kyle Hurley. Wave lap next time by Bobby Drayton will start third on his outside. In the 97X, that's Robbie Steinmetz. Bobby Drayton in the X09, Steinmetz in the 97S. Starting in position number 5, Joe Gary in the 26, and his outside, Dale Mull in the number 6. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, will start 7th in the 409, and on his outside, Penny Dunn in the 51P. Logan Mull will start 9th in the number 4, and Eric Degler will start 10th in the number 1. This is your wave lap starting in the turn 4 pit grandstands. Keep that wave going all the way to turns number 1 and 2. The four cylinders are waving at you as you wave back at them. 15-lap affair for the four cylinders. Their heat race was extremely entertaining. Let's see what they can do for 15 big laps around the tricky oval. All right, 5 rows of 2, 10 cars on the grid, 15 laps to distance. Dom the Bomb and Kyle Hurley await the twin green flags. In the air, we're racing. And you can hear the 4 cylinders going up through the gears. 2 and 3 wide action entering turns number 1 and 2. Kyle Hurley. Here comes Dale Mullen, the 6. Dale Mullen, Steinmetz nearly in the outside wall out of turn 2. Dale Mullen, a big burst of speed in that number 6 to the outside in turn number 4. Up front, Bobby Drayton is your leader, followed by Kyle Hurley, Mull, and then a pack of cars. 3 wide. Oh, Bobby Drayton, the 4th, nearly in the outside wall as Dominic Antonelli falls back. Up front, it is still Bobby Drayton. He has a bunch of wins on the year. He wants another one. Here comes Joe Gary to the inside of Dale Mull. Battle is for 3rd through 1 and 2. Joe Gary in the 26, sneaking by Dale Mull in the 6. And as we drop back behind them, still a big gaggle of cars. Dom the Bomb, Robbie Steinmetz, Eric Degler, and Bobby Drayton the 4th. They're all going at it out of turn 4. Look at this battle, and Antonelli sideways off of 4 as they're 3 wide behind him. Eric Degler in that number 1 automobile trying to track down Dom the Bomb, and Bobby Drayton the 4th kind of getting his act together after nearly getting in the wall about a lap and a half ago. Somebody sounds like they're jumping out of gear. That could be Dom the Bomb in the 88. Someone's car was jumping in and out of gear. Maybe that's why Dominic Antonelli is falling back. You can see him again slowing down on the backstretch as Degler gets to his outside. Up front, no changes. Bobby Drayton is checked out. Battle is back in the pack. You're watching it live in person and live on YouTube. Degler to the outside of Antonelli. Let's move up to that 2nd and 3rd position now, entering turn number 3, because here comes Joe Gary in the 26, trying to run down Kyle Hurley in the 23. Joe Gary all over Kyle Hurley. That is the battle for the runner-up spot. I'm watching for any other battles back in the pack. Bobby Drayton the 4th has just slipped by Penny Dunn, but here comes Gary to the inside of the 23. Joe Gary trying to make his move on Kyle Hurley. Halfway, next time by, Bobby Drayton in the X09. We'll see the halfway sign this time by. All eyes are on that 2nd place battle. 8 laps in, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Drayton. Bobby Drayton has checked out, left the building, heading to Six Flags. Whatever you want to say, he is gone. A straightaway lead over 2nd and 3rd. Here comes Bobby Drayton. We wait, and finally here comes 2nd and 3rd. Kyle Hurley, Joe Gary. Dale Mull, a solid run in 4th. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, is in 5th. Then we have Degler, Dunn, Antonelli, Steinmetz, and Logan Mull. Bobby Drayton still extending his lead as Joe Gary is all over the back of Kyle Hurley like a yellow jacket on a can of Coke. Here comes that battle for 2nd. Once again, you're watching it live on YouTube. Well, now Kyle Hurley's got about a 3-car advantage over that 3rd position. Up front, it's been clean and green for Bobby Drayton. We have not seen a lot of the Roost Restaurant caution flag tonight. Hopefully we won't at all tonight, but I got to give them a shout out because they are the yellow flag sponsor. Even though it's been clean and green for the first 13 laps. Out of turn 4, this time by, the 2 laps to go signal will be shown for Bobby Drayton the 3rd. 2 laps to go, 2 to go for Drayton. Battle for 2nd, still right there. Joe Gary trying to get around Kyle Hurley. Again, these same cars will be back tomorrow night for night 2 of the All-Star Cup. You're watching the battle for second. Meanwhile, coming out of 4 is your leader. He takes the white flag. Bobby Drayton trying to put an exclamation point on his 2025 four-cylinder season. Bobby Drayton now out of turn 2, halfway down the backstretch. Miles ahead of second and third. Entering turn 3, exiting turn 4. He's looking for the twin checker flags. There they are. Another feature win to Bobby Drayton. Now let's wait and wait and wait for second and third. Coming up on Logan Mole, Kyle Hurley will hold off Joe Gary. Dale Mole will finish in 4th. A strong finish for Bobby Drayton the 4th. Degler rebounding. Penny Dunn, solid run. Dominic Antonelli, that car revving awkwardly. Kind of fell back a little bit from his pole position. Steinmetz still finishing in the 97. So Bobby Drayton the third, Bobby Drayton, the original Bobby Drayton here at New Egypt, has found victory lane once again. And Nick and Dina Leach will make their way down there. We'll have a word with Bobby Drayton. Nikki, this guy has been unstoppable for the most part each and every Saturday night. He's either finished in first, and we have a car on fire in turn 3. Emergency crews racing to the scene. It looks like it is Penny Dunn's automobile. Somebody out of that car in a hurry. Well, Penny Dunn exiting that car in a hurry. Good to see Penny Dunn okay. I did see a burst of flame. Saw a lot of smoke, and she got out of that automobile in seconds, and then we saw a quick flash fire, and the emergency crews were already racing to the scene down there when that happened. But good to see Penny Dunn. Couple of scares this year. She's a tough trooper. She is okay.
I'm gonna go back.
We'll send it down to Nick Leach in victory lane as Bobby Drayton swings around. And we'll hear more about Bobby Drayton's dream season in the four-cylinder. Nikki, down to you.
All right. When it hits the fan, he's your man. Whatever you eat, he's got a seat. Mr. Bob Motorsports, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Drayton. Let him hear it.
What is that?
It's a hat.
I'm a winner now.
You're a winner, yeah. Look at that. 300 Smackalinis. This guy.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Look at you.
You wasn't expecting me, was you? Hey, you know, we had a little discussion after the heat race.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I was just upset.
Stop it. Stop it, okay? Well, you acted like you were pissed off and you went out there and cleaned them.
You know, I told you, we've had gremlins in this thing for the last 4 races, and just when we thought we had it figured out, another gremlin, and tonight it's fixed. So as long as it stays.
Should have been fixed a couple weeks ago. You'd have won the points, Bob. What the hell?
Nah, we went to Def Leppard. You know, yeah, I'm glad Joe Gary got it. He's a good dude, but nah, we enjoyed Def Leppard instead.
Who'd you take to Def Leppard?
I took that guy, that wifey right there, and a couple friends. I think that's it.
You owe him a points title. Def Leppard. What, they come out in wheelchairs?
Feels like I think I paid for 50 people. That's what it felt like in the pocketbook.
Well,
Hey, come out in a wheelchair. How dare you? How dare you? You're an
I'm a Def Leppard fan. But, Bob, you got all the bugs worked out? Now we're starting to wind down here. We need some more races.
We do. What do we have? Tomorrow night and then maybe one in October or something?
Tell Chris Moore. Weather stays good. Add some more races.
Maybe
Tell him.
they'll add us to that sprint car, whatever that is, show coming up in a couple weeks. Maybe.
Get some more cars. Maybe we could do that.
Hey, nice to see you here.
Nice to see you here.
Yeah, you're looking good.
You're looking good, too.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bob. When it hits the fan, he's your man. Whatever he needs, he's got to see Bobby Drayton gets it done. What is
All right, this is your official brief intermission period. Brief intermission period. We will have a hot lap session for one car once the victory lane ceremonies clear, but this will be a brief intermission. So right now, if you're hungry, if you have to use the facilities, go now. Still to come, we've got round 2 of the time trials for the Sportsman. We've got the 3 modified extended heat races, and then, of course, the non-winners race featuring 21 sportsmen. All right, for you folks watching at home on the YouTube free live stream, we're going to go into a brief intermission. We're going to show you folks at home. We're going to show you folks at home some of the highlights and some of the features from the last couple of weeks here at the Speedway. So we're going to call you back in plenty of time for all the action. But Pete, if you're watching at home, this is not one you want to move far away from the couch. This track, some of the fastest conditions I've seen in years here.
Absolutely. It's been some great racing here tonight so far, and we haven't really even got to the modifieds yet, who just timed to set up the lineups for their qualifiers. Of course, 3 15-lap modified qualifiers coming up. The top 6 will go into tomorrow night's feature, top 4 into the redraw, and with 15 laps, you know, anything can happen. It's a long race. The top 4 got inverted. If you missed it earlier, Dominic Buffalino set the fast time after Ryan Godown and Danny Buck were the only cars that broke 17 seconds and were a 16.9 and change. He ended up being 16.838 for Dominic Buffalino. He spun the wheel. We invert the top 4 in each heat or each qualifier. So that's how they're going to line up when they come out. So this is going to be, it's going to be wild. It's going to be a lot of fun. The sportsmen have one more set. So that's like 5 sessions, 2 laps in each session for about 6 cars in each one. So so the second session is going to be 4 laps for each session. We'll bring them out in groups of 6 once again. So that'll be about 5 groups. There were 29 cars that took time the first time. We'll see what they do the second time out of the 31 that are here. And then we will head into the 3 modified qualifiers. And I believe we're going to have 1 car come out and take a hot lap here once the track is clear before this 10-minute intermission. And then the last race tonight will be the non-winners race for the Crate Sportsman. So exciting night, Jim. You're right. Let's go to some content. What do we got up first here, Jim?
For you viewers at home, we're going to be watching an interview with Joe Gary Sr., Mick D'Agostino, Rob Ormsby, Ryan Godown, the champions from a couple of our divisions throughout the racing season. And these interviews were conducted on championship night. So for you folks at home, enjoy while we at the track get what we have to get done, grab a beverage, grab some food, run to the bathrooms, whatever you have to do. Playing for the first time in 5 years, hard to believe, but this four-cylinder class has come a long way. You and your son, and of course the Dunn family, you can't say enough about them to really get this class off the ground and running. But my, how it's changed over the years. The competition, a heck of a lot more tough out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit stiff competition out there, but it's pretty good.
What did it feel like here at New Egypt this season? You started racking up good place finishes. You didn't have a win until tonight, but that consistency really paid off.
I never give up. I just keep going, keep trying different things until I can pull it off.
And then you run a couple of other tracks. So what are your plans in 2026? Are you going to be back in New Egypt to defend your championship? Are you going to go for another championship next year?
We're not sure yet. We'll find out where we're going to end up at.
They always bounce around in the beginning of the year to see where the top threes and wins are coming, right?
True. Yeah, we'll just try different tracks and see where we're at and how the competition is. And I like to go where there's the best competition. This way here, we have some fun.
How does it feel to be a champion in the four cylinders?
Been good.
Been a while, but here you are once again.
Yes.
Joe Gary Sr., your four-cylinder New Egypt Speedway 2025 track champion.
You've really become a hell of a sprint car racer here at New Egypt.
Yeah, we've put the effort in for years. We've got a pretty good operation out of it. I just got to thank my dad. I think I put a lot of effort into getting better as a driver, but the car is all him. The launching off the corner is probably more him than me. So I'm just happy I get to turn the wheel and do the interviews on the front stretch. But it's been a good year. This is kind of stuff I dreamed of since I was a little kid. So it's pretty surreal.
Well, you don't have to dream about it anymore. I see how hard he works. I get here early. I see the car out of the trailer. I see him working on the car. I know how much it means to him to see you come out here and win championships and win races, and that makes him happy. So you're doing what he wants you to do. You're making him happy. You're making yourself happy. And the drive is a whole lot easier when you do stuff like this. You're holding that champagne. We're going to take you guys to victory lane so you can pop the cork. But well-deserved. You drove a hell of a race tonight. Very calculated. You weren't trying to go crazy, trying to catch them. You waited, picked your moves, done what you had to do, and you're a champion.
Yeah, that's about as exciting as I could hope we could end it on. I thought first lap I saw Brandon went fourth to first, and I thought maybe that was going to be the story of the race, but got lucky. Yellow came out when I needed it. We had a nice duel with Brandon. That was as exciting as anything we've done in years. So just pretty much a perfect night. Hopefully it's a good weekend, and hopefully next year is just as good.
All right, we'll look forward to that. This is Mick D'Agostino. He is your 2025 Wingless champion. Let him hear it.
Here you are again. You know what was neat about this season, Rob? You help a lot of cars out there. A couple of those cars, those drivers that you help, also found victory lane. It just shows that you're giving away some of your secrets, but it's made the whole class more competitive as well, and that's really neat to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see other guys that you help do good. It's a good feeling.
What does it mean to you to get another track championship here? You always come with top-notch equipment. You always roll out of your hauler with that ambition to park it in victory lane. That's the attitude you've brought all your career. It doesn't matter what track you show up at, but pavement, dirt, wherever you are. That's the attitude of a winner and a champion.
Yeah, no, it's you got to put in the weekly grind, every week come in, and it's all good. It's just it's a challenge, but these are good fans here. It's a good place to race, close to home, and something to do on a Saturday night.
How does it feel, and what are your plans going into 2026?
Oh, I don't know. We got a lot of stuff going on over there at Jimmy's and stuff, with James, and who knows? Come and run some races, when I get some free time.
Not a regular next year, but you'll be here when you can.
You always say that. You got to see how it starts out. If it starts out good, then you get, roped into going all year.
All right, you are the champion of 2025.
Thank you.
Rob Ormsby, street stock champion at New Egypt Speedway.
Seven championships at New Egypt. What an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, we get to 200. You think that's not going to happen, and then that happens, and then you coming in this week, you're right there, and, you're just trying to go through the motions the best way you can. And, I thought mentally I did prepared pretty good. I mean, I know I drove my girlfriend nuts, but just try to go over in the shop with our normal deal and do what we do, and that's, and to come out for the feature, I said, we just got to go. We can't wait, and we can't do this, can't do that, and that's what we did, and it worked out this time. It's like I said, it's unfortunate for Danny. Danny had a heck of a season. He ran up front, and I told him back there in tech, I said, you're due. You're going to get it, and, but just can't take all my sponsors. Obviously, I got Dave's here tonight, Izzy Truck and Rigging, that supports me a lot. Strober Wright Roofing, Crescent Hydraulics, TMI, Ellery's Bar and Grill, Banco Heating and Plumbing, and obviously one guy, I didn't say it before, but Stefan LaFrance at Trick Race Parts. I mean, me and him talk on a daily basis of what to do and how to do it, and without him, we wouldn't be standing here. And, you just keep picking away and do the best you can, and that's surround yourself with all these guys. And like I said, I feel like I got the best crew. I feel like I got the best sponsors, and all I got to do is go out there and drive. So, it makes my life a little easier. Obviously, it's super awesome to me to have my son and my daughter here tonight. Probably more cool than anything, to be honest with you. Didn't think that would ever happen again, and just that's pretty cool. And just gonna enjoy this one tonight. And we got to get up early and go to Big Diamond tomorrow.
Well, the coolest thing I thought was when you came on Wide Open Wednesday before I brought you on the camera is you and Savannah. And I've seen you through your whole career. And to see Ryan go down, mature as a person, as a man, and do what you've accomplished in not only in racing but in your life, right? That's something that you can be proud of. I mean, your son's a great guy, your daughter, and everything you got going on. Like I told you before, we had all the naysayers, and the clock is turning the other way now. You got a lot of fans out there, and you're doing a hell of a job, and it's very well deserved that you got this championship.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and just it's a totally group effort. And and when there's no I in team, and there's no give up in this team. There was nights this year that we went home with our tail between our legs and didn't think we're even going to get top 4 in points. And there's times we came here on a Saturday when modifieds were off, we practiced, and to not even go to a paying show, and that's not what we usually are about. But we just had to get the whole train back on the tracks and try to keep rolling there. And I figured the last month and a half we did turn it around, and just kept plugging away. Weren't always perfect, but we're there, and we never gave up. And just like last week, and when we got the flat, we just never gave up. And it was pretty cool. I went down to my mom and dad's grave this morning, and then to talk to them all through. Obviously, every week we do, but it's something special. Obviously, my dad's birthday was August 26th, so it's all in the same week. So it's just people you never forget. What Nick, we talk about it all the time. It's life is short, and you got to enjoy what you have in front of you, because before you know it, it's gone.
Well, he is your 2025 modified champion, 7-time modified champion, Ryan Godown.
This is Nick Leach live at New Egypt Speedway with a new challenge for our modified drivers. It's called the Modified 5-Second Challenge. What we're going to do is we're going to hand them a phone. It's going to have a timer on it. They're going to click start, and they got to stop it to see how close they can get to 5 seconds. This ought to be fun. Our first victim is coming up. Way early. All right, 3.7. What do you get?
4.43.
Not even close. It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
About
2.11. Wow. He went a little over, but he's at 5:48. 3.18. Shit, I wasn't even close. If he was drag racing, he'd be good. 1.31 seconds. I don't get it. Damn, well, he ain't a drag racer.
I was way off.
He ain't a drag racer. He was right at 5. Okay, go. Holy 261.
Wow.
That's how I knew when I'm doing something wrong. 270. Did better than most. Go.
We gotta read. Still no good.
What was it?
2.7.
1.3. See? I got a fast reaction time.
Well, you're a good driver. $688. So you were over.
All right, welcome back. If you're watching on YouTube, we are getting ready to go as the officials going to their posts now. The final session for the Sportsman timed dashes are coming up to where the top two will lock into tomorrow night. The two fastest cars right now are Ethan Bill in the 14 and Pat Wall in the 5W. Now they can be unseated here, unseated in this next session. Every car will get to go one time once again, but this time there will be 4 laps instead of 2. So it'll be, we'll put 4 laps on the clock. Once those sessions are done, the modified qualifiers will come out. 15 laps. We will run those 3, 6 to qualify, 4 to the redraw for tomorrow. And the final event of the evening will be the non-winners race for the Sportsman. We ran heats before. We have 21 cars scheduled for that, and it will be 20 laps. All right, the first session coming out. Believe they're just coming out and they bring 6 out at a time. That's what it looks like. Glenn McIntyre, who was in the top 10 in the first time out. Is out there. The 4U is George Garris Jr. The 34 is Dylan Morris. The 921 is Aiden Spencer. The 51 is Matt Peck. And the last car on the track, the 38 of Dylan Swinehart. Swinehart was 6th, I believe, the first time out. All officials to your post, all officials to the tower. For the transponders, we have the first session on the track. Track was watered just slightly, just misted really, so they're just kind of drying the track off here a little bit, although it looks racy. We'll run them around a couple of laps here. 31 of the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman in the pit area if you're just tuning in. 21 of them are non-winners this year, or actually more than that, but 21 of them have elected to run in the non-winners feature tonight and ran 2 heats with the top 5 getting the redraw for the first 10 starting spots. That will be the last race on the schedule, 20 laps. Right now, we are doing the time dashes. The top 2 lock in. They all ran one session a little while ago. Now this is the second and final session. This is going to be 4 laps. Ethan Bill and Pat Wall. Ethan Bill and Pat Wall are the 2 locked in right now, but they could be bumped. Cars drawing the track off, scuffing the track in here. Once these 4-lap time dashes are up, there should be 5 sessions. There were 5 the first time around, unless less cars decide to do it this time. We're bringing them out 6 at a time. Then we will go into the modified qualifiers, 15 laps. Matt Peck and Dylan Swinehart were late arrivals today. In time, plenty of time to get out here for these time dashes. And Dylan Swinehart turned 6th fast time out of the 29 cars that took time in the first sessions. So the first time they only got 2. This time we are going to get 4 laps. Fast time so far, Glenn McIntyre, 18.298. 18.298. So that's about 3/10 of a second off the fastest time so far. George Garris Jr. now 18.195. Now remember, that a time around what George Garris, that was about what he turned last time, and he was around 12th fastest. So track seeming to be just as good here. Could even be a little faster here as they run some laps on it. So Ethan Bill, 17.827, and Pat Wall, 17.923. They are the times to beat if you're going to get in the top 2. And if you want to bump one of them, you got to at least get 17.923. Matt Ellery was the only other car under 18 seconds. He was at 17.969, but third is he needs to do a little better if he wants to get locked into tomorrow. All right, cars in the second session. Duncan Molesworth, who was 5th fastest in the first one, is out there in the 53. Ryan Marr in the 51 is out there. The 20M of Mark Moore. The 07 is PJ Bazowski. The 5W is Pat Wall. Second fast time the first time. He'll try to better it, make it tougher. And the 32C is David Malozar. All 29 cars in the first session were less than 1 second apart. That shows you how close these crate motors are. Duncan Molesworth out there right now was 5th fastest at 18.060. All right, so I stand corrected. Ethan Bill is in. It's one from each session. So the first session was Ethan Bill. He locked into tomorrow. So I misunderstood that. So currently the fast timer now is Glenn McIntyre at 18.298. George Garris, who was a little bit faster, was light at the scale. So Ethan Bill is locked in. And Pat Wall was the second fastest, but he's going to try to do that again. The only way you can lock in now is to be fastest in this session. Right now, the fastest is Glenn McIntyre. He was just slightly faster than Dylan Swinehart and Matt Peck. Once again, George Garris was light on the scale, so. And the green coming out on the field. Duncan Molesworth, who was 5th fastest in the first session, is on the clock. Mark Moore, a regular at the Grandview Speedway. He looked pretty fast in his heat race, and he's going to start on the front row coming up in the non-winners race. Pat Wall was fast in the first session, but he's going to come up on another car in front of him at David Malozar. And that could slow him down for his time. Pat Wall does have fast time, though, 18.077. But this is going to slow him down. He needs to clear Malozar before he starts this lap. And he does, but Malozar crosses him over but can't get by him. White flag is out. Wall will get the white flag this time, so he's going to get 2 pretty quick laps on there, at least 1 clear of Malozar. Now Duncan Molesworth, 17.973. Duncan Molesworth is now fast time under 18 seconds. Ryan Marr, 18.010. Pat Wall, 18.139. Pat Wall, 17.804. That is the fastest lap of the night. That is faster than Ethan Bill was in the first one. Pat Wall trying to make a statement. So Pat Wall, 17.804 now is fast time. Duncan Molesworth at second, 17.973. Ryan Marr, 18.010.
Even I heard that.
All right, cars on the track. The 21, the Meg Motorsports 21 is Ryan Graver. He is the first car out on the Speedway. That's the 21P. The 57Z is John Cameron. John Cameron in the G&T Erectors 57Z. Jax Jan in the Carroll's Tree Service 74. Mike Toth, who's on the pole in the non-winners race, is in the 89. Ryan Simmons in the Elegant Exteriors number 20, our defending champ. And finished second in points this year. And Matt Ellery. Ellery was the third fastest time in the first session. He's in the number 29. Ryan Simmons was ninth fastest in the first one. Jack Sean, 15th fastest in the first one. All right, green is out. We are underway. Time to beat 17.804 in the last session. Pat Wall has the fastest of the night in both sessions. He was second in the first one. It didn't get him in. You only take the fastest in each session, and he has made a statement. And you're going to have to knock him off of there if you're going to knock him out again. Jack Sean, 18.061. That is fourth fastest. As he clicks off some good laps here. Got plenty of track in front of him. Matt Ellery, fourth fastest, 18.031. Ryan Simmons, seventh fastest. Ryan Graver, ninth fastest. Mike Toth, 10th. Ellery, fourth. Jack Sean is fifth. White flag is out. Lead up. Matt Ellery jumps to second, 17.859. That is just about a 55 100ths of a second off of Pat Wall. And Jack Sean up to third at 17.968. And take that back. I messed that up. Matt Ellery, 17.859, his second fast time, but he doesn't have enough to beat Pat Wall. Pat Wall still on top of the heap here. Duncan Molesworth now third. Ryan Marr fourth. Jack Sean fifth. Ryan Simmons, Mike Toth, Glenn McIntyre, Ryan Graver, and Dylan Swinehart, the top 10. So Ellery very fast in that one again. He was third fastest behind Ethan Bill and Pat Wall in the first one. Ethan Bill locked in. Pat Wall again is the only car ahead of him. Jack Sean with a nice run. He ended up with a fifth fast time. All right, Mike Butler is out there in the 0-4. He had seventh fast time in the first session. The 59K of Dakota Kohler is on the Speedway. Colin Cox in the 59. Matt Martino in the 226. Now, Martino was 4th fastest. The track is faster. Only 3 cars were in the 17-second bracket. Well, and actually we have 3 cars again, but we still aren't done yet. Well, the track's about the same, I would guess. Joe Toth in the 9. Toth usually one of the faster cars out there. In the first one, he was 10th fastest in the first one. That's your, well, that's 5 cars. All right, cars coming up on the clock. Let's see if any of these 5 drivers can click into the top spot. Some good cars out here. And Mike Butler, 8th fastest, 18.195. Joe Toth, 7th fastest. Beats his father by a slight bit. Well, Mike Butler up to 5th fastest now. Fifth fastest for Jordan Cox. I'm sorry, for Mike Butler. Matt Martino's 2nd fast time, 17.845. Matt Martino, and that was his last lap, so he will not better that. Mike Butler and Joe Toth also 17.907 and 17.951. The track was getting faster. It's going to be good for the modifieds. 6 cars in this session breaking 18 seconds, and a bunch of them in the about 4 more in the 18.0s. So the top 10, you had to be at least 18.0 something to be in the top 10. Pat Wall is the car that will lock in. He was 2nd fastest in the first one. We only take the fastest. He is the fastest in the second one. Matt Martino comes within a whisker. Matt Ellery again was in the top 4. He was 3rd in the first one. Not Jordan Cox, he's running the 04 in the non-winners race, but Mike Butler in the number 04 was 4th, followed by Joe Toth 5th, Duncan Molesworth 6th. They were all under 18 seconds. Ryan Marr, Jack Xian, Colin Cox, and Ryan Simmons round out the top 10. Dakota Kohler and Mike Toth were 11th and 12th. So Pat Wall does lock in. All right, it's time for your modified qualifiers. There will be 3 of them. 6 to qualify, top 4 to the redraw. We are going to do the 50-50. Nick Leach will make his way to the 50-50 girls, and I'm going to get somebody to draw it here. So here comes Nick Leach. We're going to draw the 50-50 before we announce the starting lineup here for qualifier number 1 as the modifieds roll out in order.
All right, get your 50-50 tickets out. It is a
pink ticket. The number is 554666. It's a pink ticket, and the number is 554666. The cash was $370. If it matches your ticket, come to the office.
All right, Pete, take it away.
Well done. Nice job on the microphone. All right, this is how we're going to line up in the first of 3 15-lap modified qualifiers for the All-Star Cup Shootout. First time we are doing this format. Lining up on the pole out of Ole, Pennsylvania, the Fleur Machine and Tool, number 16, Loudon Reimert. And alongside of Reimert in Ronnie's Auto Repair, number 4M, Logan Watt. Third starting spot from Frenchtown in the Marvels Portable Welding, number 1, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And alongside of Pouch Jr. out of Ringo's, New Jersey, and Easy Trucking Rigging, Strober Wright Roofing. Campout Incorporated, number 26, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. Fifth starting spot in the Harry's U Pullet, number 44 from Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Two-time champion here at the New Egypt Speedway, Frank Cozy. And lining up alongside of Cozy from right here in New Egypt, driving the Oliver Communications Group, number 5J, Joe Brown. Joseph Brown in the 5J. Kevin Borden is in the 928. He'll start in the 7th spot. Alongside of him, the 37 of Brian Cool. DJ Hunt got that problem fixed. He is back out in the 24. He will start 9th. Tim Franks has scratched. All right, 2x2, the in-car camera on YouTube, if you're watching, is Logan Watt tonight. Logan is a former feature winner here, and I think what was his first ever try, might have been his second. He won a short track Sportsman race here. Logan Watt here with the modified tonight. Here they come. It's up the Loudon Reimert Racing. And Reimert on the hammer. Logan Watt alongside of him, 2x2. Watt coming around the outside, and it's Logan Watt going to the lead. Ryan go down in the 3rd spot. Then it's Pouch off at turn 4 and down the front. 6th to qualify. Joseph Brown into the 5th spot. Then it's Cozy. Cozy battling with the 37 of Brian Cool. Here comes DJ Hunt into that battle now. Side by side as Pouch got even with Go Down going into 3, but Go Down gets back around him on the outside. It's Watt, Reimert, Go Down as they work off at turn 2. Pouch in the last redraw spot as they go down the back. Joe Brown and the 44 of Cozy. Cozy on the bubble right now of the qualifying. He is 6th. Cool and DJ Hunt battling for 7th right on Cozy's back bumper. As Logan Watt checking out at the front, he leads. Remember, $500 to win, $300 for 2nd, and $200 for 3rd. And Go Down all over Reimert, and the yellow lights are on. The Roost Restaurant caution is out. Yellow is on. Believe we have debris because all 9 cars are still running. Believe we have debris over towards turn 3 and 4. We'll check out where they go here. All right, Logan Watt electing the outside as his leader's choice. Logan Watt has the fastest lap of the race, as you can see him pulling away, 16.772. That is 16 3/4 seconds as we're on the in-car camera with Logan Watt. Watt with the fastest lap of the race so far. He's averaged 17.046 on all 4 laps that have been completed so far, but that was his fastest. All right, green in the air, and we are back to racing. Watt on the outside, once again grabbing the lead from Reimer. Then it's Go Down, Pouch back on the inside of Go Down as they go down the back. Joseph Brown and Frank Cozy, everybody back into the same spots here. They come off of 4 and down the front. Cozy being challenged, and it's Brian Cool taking the spot away on the front straightaway. Cool trying to slide up in front of him. Cozy fighting back on the outside. Through 3 and 4 and back down the front. It is Logan Watt setting the very fast pace here. 16.927 on his last lap. No one has come close to that. Go Down all over Reimert here as he tries to find a way around as Logan Watt setting a very torrid pace. Cozy got way up high in turn 4 and drops back to last. And now Brian Cool being challenged on the last transfer spot by DJ Hunt. Hunt working around the outside. Here's the halfway sign. Halfway, 8 laps complete. Go Down getting by Reimert. He'll set his sights on Logan Watt. Reimert back to 3rd now, then Pouch. Pouch on the bubble of the redraw is Joe Brown solidly in 5th, and DJ Hunt has taken 6th from Brian Cool. 5 to go. We have 10 complete. 5 laps to go here in qualifier number 1. Pouch looks to the outside of Reimert. Can't get by. Reimert holds him off. Go Down is pulled away from Reimert. I don't know that he's actually reeled in, but he is clicking off laps as fast as Logan Watt. Watt's last lap, 16.956, and Go Down, 16.946. Now Watt at 9.22, and Cozy slowing on the backstretch, and the Rooster Restaurant caution is out for the 2nd time here in qualifier number 1. Frank Cozy slow. He'll pick up the pace now with the yellow lights on. And I believe he may have a flat back there in the 44 as he goes pit side. Tough break for Frank Cozy, although he had dropped back to last. Logan Watt leads Ryan Go Down. Loudon Reimert running in the 3rd spot. Billy Pouch Jr. 4th. They are the top 4 go to the redraw. We still have 3 laps to go. 12 down, 3 to go. Joseph Brown and DJ Hunt, the other 2 cars in qualified positions. Anything can happen on these restarts. Double file restarts till the end in all qualifying races here at the New Egypt Speedway. And these 15-lap qualifiers are no different. Brian Cool and Kevin Borden right up on the back bumper there on row number 4. Frank Cozy getting a courtesy lap. And Frank Cozy returning to the fray with a new tire. So Cozy will rejoin just at the end of his courtesy lap there, and lights were off. He will catch the field, though, so he is back in the hunt. Here's the green being waved. 3 laps to go, and we're back to racing. Logan Watt and Ryan go down side by side, both turning almost identical laps here the last couple of laps. And it is Watt on the outside, go down hanging tough. Watt running around the outside, side by side, off of 4 Logan Watt back to the lead. I knew when a guy named Ryan was alongside of him, I'd make that mistake. Logan Watt back in front of Ryan Godown, heading into turn number 3. Pouches taken third from Reimert. Here's the white flag, 1 lap to go. Right behind Reimert is DJ Hunt, who has moved up to 5th. Joseph Brown on the bubble, then Brian Cole. Godown right there, took a look to the inside. Whoa, Godown getting way outside up by the short chute fence, and I think he did it on purpose, trying to get a run there to see if he could get something. And it didn't work out, but it didn't hurt him either. He was right against the fence with a rooster tail going over the guardrail up against the billboards. And he got really around, but he was doing it on purpose, I think, to get a run through that corner to see if he could get a bite and just get something going. He'll settle for second. So Logan Watt is your winner in the 4M. Second was the 26 of Ryan Godown. Third was the 1 of Billy Pouch Jr. Loudon Reimert was 4th in the 16. All 4 of those cars go to the redraw. Finishing 5th was the 24 of DJ Hunt, who started last and had been struggling all night, so he gets into the feature event for tomorrow. And the 5J of Joseph Brown comes home 6th and gets the final transfer spot. Rest of the cars will head to the Concy tomorrow night. Second modified qualifier, and that qualifier was sponsored by Short Load Concrete and Ellery's Pub and Grill. Now the New Egypt Auto Body qualifier number 2 for the modifieds. Starting on the pole from Milford, New Jersey. Driving the number 4B, that is Clay Butler. Clay Butler in the 4B and alongside of him. Out of New Gretna, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes, Woodhaven Lumber, number 7M, the silent assassin, Paul Mancini. Third starting spot in the Pioneer Pole Building, number 79, is Davey Salmons. And lining up alongside of Salmons in the CNS equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondishow, number 6, the Dominator, Danny Buck. Fifth starting position in the Valco Wheels, Elite Auto Service, number 323, that is Johnny Bangs. And lining up alongside of Bangs from Vineland, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes, number 13T, Anthony Tramontana. Seventh starting position from the Shannock Station in the BK Trucking, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, number 51, Hollywood Ryan Krachin. And lining up alongside of Krachin, outside row number 4, in the Shockwave Racing Technology, number 92, Junior George Garish Jr. The last row on the inside from Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, in the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck, number 9, Joe Toth. And starting scratch on the field in the K&A Excavating Atlantic Wood Floors, number 51M, Johnny Mack, John McClelland. 10 cars. Once again, top 6 will qualify. The top 4 go to the redraw tomorrow night for the top 12 starting spots in the All-Star Cup Shootout. Joseph Brown requiring the push truck to get him back after qualifying in the 6th position in the first one. And the push truck pushing him back. Hopefully that's not a bad problem. One thing about this 2-day shows you do have overnight and tomorrow morning and really afternoon to get it ready for tomorrow evening. All right, 2 by 2. $29 modifieds and 31 sportsmen here tonight. Sportsmen here mainly for practice and a chance at getting 2 spots in, plus this non-winners race coming up after these modified qualifiers. All right, 2 by 2, here they come. Hammer down, and we are green, and on the New Egypt auto body, qualifier number 2 for the modifieds. Through 1 and 2 and down the back, Clay Butler grabbing the early lead as Mancini looks back to the inside. Salmon's getting the better of Buck. Here comes Danny Buck back around the outside as Mancini goes to the front. Paul Mancini on to the point now. He brings it through 1 and 2 and down the back. Danny Buck getting by Salmons and Butler for second. Danny Buck with a great move in turn number 2. He has charged into second. He'll set his sights on Mancini. Salmons third, and Clay Butler with pressure from Anthony Tramontana. Ryan Krachin moving into a transfer spot. He takes 6 from Johnny Bangs. Bangs next in line, and he's got the other cars, all of them right together, battling for 7th as Krachin pulling away, and Krachin putting pressure on Tramontana now. Ooh, Garris getting out of shape there. He gets it back underneath him, but Toth gets by. All right, down the front. Paul Mancini leads lap number 4. Danny Buck chasing after him. Remember, $500 to the winner here. The 3 winners will be in victory lane following all 3 of these heat qualifiers. Salmon's back in that 3rd spot. The battle is going to shape up here for the final redraw spot as Clay Butler leads by about a car length and a half over Anthony Tramontana, and Krachin is right on Tramontana. So those 3 cars, and that's the top 6. There is a gap back to Johnny Bangs. Bangs about 4 car lengths off the top 6. And then a big gap back to Johnny McClelland, who has gotten by Toth and Garris. Mancini completing lap number 7. Mancini clicking off some pretty quick laps. He's got about a 5 car length lead over Danny Buck. Mancini wheels it through the north end of the speedway one more time and back down the front to the halfway side. Cross flags, 8 down, 7 to go here in qualifier number 2. Mancini, Buck, and Salmons, and they have checked out from Clay Butler. Butler, though, putting about 5 car lengths on Tramontana and Krachin. Krachin had gotten Tramontana. Tramontana returns the favor and passes him back. Here comes Krachin back on the inside. Krachin ran out of room there as he was right against the inside guardrail, and Tramontana gets a few car lengths on him going there. Bangs back in 7th, and McClelland and Toth both reeling in Bangs. 5 laps to go now, 5 to go down the front. McClelland is just about caught Bangs, and he's bringing Toth with him. That is battle shaping up for 7th. Remember, only 6 qualify. But your starting spot in the Conti is being determined right now. Gonna have 6 more spots available tomorrow. And if any cars were not here tonight, they can start at the rear of the Conti tomorrow if they are so choose to come. Mancini leading him through the tri-oval and into turn number 3. Danny Buck and Davey Salmons. They're kind of spaced out, but they are well ahead of the rest of the field, keeping pace with each other. 2 laps to go, 2 to go on the field. Clay Butler has things pretty well in hand for the 4th spot. He's about a half a straightaway behind the top 3. But he has about 4 car lengths on Anthony Tramontana, who's in the with him and Krachin in 5th and 6th. White flag on the field final time around. Bangs has been unable to reel in Krachin. Final 2 turns, Paul Mancini's going to go wire to wire. So your winner is Paul Mancini in the 7M. And he'll pick up the $500 as the winner of qualifier number 2. So far, Logan Watt and Paul Mancini to the victory lane, each picking up $500 and winning a qualifier. Is Mancini winning the New Egypt Auto Body qualifier number 2. Second was the 6 of Danny Buck. He picks up $300. And Davey Salmons picks up $200 for third. In the 79, Clay Butler gets into the redraw. He in the 4B as he qualifies fourth. The 5th and 6th qualifiers, Anthony Tramontana in the 13T and the 51 of Ryan Krachin. Those cars move into the feature event tomorrow night, starting outside the top 12.
So, Pete, I've been watching the lap times. During that second 15-lap qualifier, the track has slowed about 3 to 4 tenths of a second. We are now in the mid-17-second bracket, whereas earlier you were seeing the modifieds in the high 16. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier with these 15-lap qualifiers. The track will change throughout that double length of each of these 3 heat race qualifiers. And with the track slowing down, then it becomes to more of a driver's track rather than a horsepower track, as cars for qualifier number 3 are now making their way to the Speedway surface.
All right, third and final qualifier. This is the Dash Light Solutions M&M Vehicle Repair Qualifier. Once again, 15 laps, top 6 to qualify, the top 4 to the redraw. There'll be 9 starters in this one, and this is how they will go to the grid. Starting on the pole in the Ace Materials, number 6, that is Justin Grasso out of Montgomery, New Jersey. Grasso starting on the pole. Alongside of him in the B&T Tools, number 112. He won the first 5 match races tonight. He's out of Lambertville. The boss, Cale Ross, in the number 112. Third starting spot right behind his brother in the Amwell Auto Body number 29, the Bellmead Bullet, Brandon Grasso. And lining up alongside of Grasso, he said fast time tonight. Driving the Big Spring Car Wash number 126 out of Saraville, New Jersey, Dominic Buffalino. 5th starting position, they call him the Flying Dutchman. In the number 5, that's Jack Butler. And lining up alongside of Butler, outside row number 3 in the Premio Sausage number 13, Steve Davis. Dylan Stoyer from Bohemia, New York is in the Northeastern Office Supply 6D. Alongside of him in the 00 is Cody Manmiller, and John Scarpati is in the S2, and we are green. And we're underway through 1 and 2 and down the back. Justin Grasso grabbing the early lead with, oh, look out, Brandon Grasso and Dominic Buffalino getting together. And the yellow lights are on. Brandon Grasso was in the outside groove, and I didn't see what, I saw what happened. I didn't see what precipitated it. Grasso slid up to the outside, and Dominic Buffalino was coming in hot around the outside and slammed into the back of Grasso, and the 2 cars end up tangled together. Grasso to the pits in the 29, and Buffalino, we got a replay on YouTube if you're watching it, and you see right there, I think Buffalino just kind of anticipated that Brandon was not going to come up any farther, although Brandon was not low. He was in the middle groove at least. And I think Buffalino had a little room to go around him, and then Grasso slid up a little bit more, and there was no room, and he ran into the back of him. He had a head of steam, that's for sure. He had a big head of steam there, and now Buffalino has gone to the pits as well. And here's another angle. Actually, Buffalino not in the pits. He's on the track. He would be at the rear anyway, but he has stopped up here at high in turn 4. The officials checking out his car to make sure he is okay to return, and here he comes. Well, and Brandon Grasso returning with a left rear fender crumpled up. All right, Buffalino and Brandon Grasso tagging the rear. Now Justin Grasso kicks the wheel, and we're back to green. That really helped some of the back runners out, like Dylan Stoyer and Cody Mamler, who had started farther back. They're now in transfer spots as we go green. And this is an initial start again, so looking to get the clock running here, and it is Justin Grasso on the throttle ahead of Cale Ross and Jack Butler to third. Dylan Stoyer fourth. Brandon Grasso battling with Steve Davis and Buffalino and Cody Manmiller all right together there. They got by Manmiller. Manmiller's right behind them though. Good battle going on in the back of the field as they come back down the front. Brandon Grasso's a man on a mission. He's under Davis now for fifth. Brandon Grasso into fifth. Him and Davis make contact. Here comes Buffalino to make it 3 wide. Going into turn number 3. It's Brandon Grasso into the 5th spot. Buffalino trying to get by Steve Davis. Davis shuts the door on him. Off at turn number 4. This will be 4 laps in the books as Justin Grasso has checked out. He's a little more than half a straightaway ahead of Cale Ross. Dylan Stoyer working the bottom of Jack Butler. Both of them are in redraw spots. They are side by side. Butler gets back ahead of him. Brandon Grasso reeling both of them in. Meanwhile, Buffalino trying to squeeze under Steve Davis. Davis will hold him off for now. Buffalino is on him like a cheap suit. Jack Butler still third. Brandon Grasso side by side with Dylan Stoyer. Stoyer and Grasso wheel to wheel coming through turn 4. Stoyer will slide up in front of him, holding him off for 4th. Grasso will switch to the inside. Buffalino has taken 6th spot from Steve Davis. He's in the final transfer spot right now. This will be 7 laps in the books as Grasso making the move on Stoyer, and he gets the redraw spot back into the top 4. And now looking to catch Jack Butler. Got up on him there. Butler pulls him off at turn 2. The top 2 have checked out. Justin Grasso is long gone. He's almost a full straightaway now ahead of Cale Ross. Ross is 2/3 of a straightaway ahead of Butler and Brandon Grasso. Butler and Grasso side by side. That's the race for the 3rd spot. Butler holding him off, but not by much. Dylan Stoyer is 5th. Dominic Buffalino is 6th. They come back down the front. Steve Davis and Cody Manmiller run 7th and 8th. Jack Butler and Brandon Grasso. Grasso gets a run on the inside. Butler tried to cross him over. He's right on his back bumper. We'll look to the inside this time. They have put a little gap between themselves and Stoyer, and here comes Buffalino trying to get around Stoyer for 5th. And Buffalino way to the outside again, and he'll try to cross over, but Stoyer holding him off. 4 laps to go in this one. Final modified qualifier of the evening. Justin Grasso is a distant memory of Cale Ross. Ross trying to remember what his car looks like. Brandon Grasso by himself in 3rd as he is pulled away from Jack Butler. Butler all by himself in 4th. They are the redraw cars right now. 2 laps to go out on the field. 2 to go. Stoyer battling with Buffalino for 5th. They are 5th and 6th right now. Steve Davis in the 7th spot, but he is not close to the top 6. Manmiller right behind him. White flag is out. Justin Grasso checking out at the front. White flag waving out. Final turn, Justin Grasso is going to win it in the number 6. Second will be the 112 of Cale Ross. So Justin Grosso in the Ace Materials number 6 taking the win. Second was the 112 of Cale Ross. Boy, Justin Grosso was impressive. Cale Ross was too. In the 112, he finishes second. Third was the 29 of Brandon Grosso coming back from the rear, which is also equally impressive. And Jack Butler with a great run. In the number 5, he gets into the redraw, and he finishes fourth. Fifth was the 126 of Dominic Buffalino, and the 60 of Dylan Stoyer is your final qualifier out of the third qualifier here tonight, sponsored by Dash Light Solutions and M&M Vehicle Repair. So Justin Grosso pulls into victory lane. We're going to get all 3 cars in here. Logan Watt in the 4M, and we'll wait for Paul Mancini and see if we can get all 3 cars up here in victory lane. We'll let Chris Moore position them out there. And we'll send it down to Nick Leach as Nick has the microphone, and he'll have the interviews with the 3 qualifier winners here tonight.
Yeah, Pete, and all youngsters. Paul Mancini won in Delaware. Logan Watt, a winner wherever he goes. Justin Grosso, multiple winner here. And pretty cool. All getting $500. Not bad for a heat win. Logan, you're the first heat winner here. Well, this might make Mom a little happier. You guys were supposed to have the weekend off. You decided that you were going to go racing. I had you on Wide Open Wednesday this week, and I told you, usually the guys that I have on Wide Open Wednesday win some stuff. So my record's still speaking here.
Yeah, you're doing good so far. We'll see how Colin does tomorrow, but no, the car's really good. We started off a little, sluggish in hot laps there. We just kept adjusting, and try not to over adjust. And we saw the group, and we were like, we got a loaded group, but it's good for learning. You got Billy and Ryan. They run here, week in and week out, so they know how to get around this place, and it put me up for the test, and it really showed with that last restart. Really showed what we had there, and I'm glad that we had that restart. Learn a little something, and like I said, the car's really good. So I just gotta keep working on it and get to tomorrow.
Mom over there off of turn 4, the yellow came out. She's pounding her feet down in the ground. She didn't want to see the caution come out. But like you said, it's a learning experience. You got a chance. The caution came out, and you showed what you had. And Ryan won a lot of races here. He's a tough customer. For you to do that, that was pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. He knows his way around here, and like I said, just to show some speed out of the gate, it speaks volumes. So, like I said, just hope we get a good number tomorrow. It's a long 50 laps, so, we'll see what happens.
All right, don't hurt yourself on that pool over there later on. We'll go over here and talk to Paul Mancini. Paul, another guy that was on Wide Open Wednesday night comes here and gets the $500. Paul, great job. Track is fast, man.
Yeah, no, this is not what I'm used to. I like it when it's dry and slick, but we've been good recently, and we've just been, seems like we have a good car recently.
Well, the track crew is doing a hell of a job. The end of the year shows here, and all year long they've done a great job with the racetrack. I know you like it dry, hard, and slick, but tonight, very fast racetrack, and you've done a hell of a job.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a long time since I've been in victory lane. Hopefully we can come back tomorrow.
All right, brother, I'll be looking forward to seeing you. Welcome home, Mr. Grosso. Good job. That number 6 was flying tonight.
Yeah, we definitely got a good car, a lot better than the last couple of weeks we've been here. But
all right, we'll go over here and finish our chat with Mr. Grosso. So, yeah, I mean, each week you were getting faster and faster. Good to have you and Brandon back here. Very nice, fast race car now.
yeah, the track's a lot faster than it used to be. We had to change some stuff, but now we got it pretty figured out. So hopefully we're good for tomorrow and see what happens.
All right, Justin Grosso, who wins his heat also. All 3 of these qualifiers here, $500 to win. And get that check, get their pictures taken. Let them all hear it, gang. They've done a wonderful job with these qualifiers. This is the future of our sport right here, these three guys. I think the future of our sport is in good hands, trust me. Logan Watt, Paul Mancini, Justin Grasso, let them hear it one more time. They get it done. All right, I'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete. He's up in the Diamond Suite. Pete?
Well, thanks a lot, Nick. Up next, the 20-lap non-winners race for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. 21 cars scheduled to go. And we'll get you the starting lineup here. And this is how they're going to line up starting on the pole in this non-winners race. Remember, the first 10 drivers drew for the first 10 starting spots. They were the top 5 in each heat race of the 2 heat races they ran. Out of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, on the pole in the number 89, that is Mike Toth. Mike Toth in the 89, starting alongside of him in the 20M out of Copley, Pennsylvania, Mark Moore, regular at the Grandview Speedway and a heat winner tonight. Moore will start outside the front row. Third starting spot in the 3WP is Will Protinick. Then it'll be Tommy Klimkowski in the number 22 starting outside that second row, 4th starting position. 5th starting spot in the number 88 is Glenn McIntyre. McIntyre has been very fast here tonight. And lining up alongside of him, David Malozar in the 32C. Ryan Marr in the 51 will start in the 7th position. Then it's Dakota Kohler in the 59K. Row number 5 inside will be Hunter Plosky in the number 27, and alongside him, Duncan Molesworth, who might be the fastest car out there. He was very fast in both time trial sessions, being up 5th in one, and I believe the second one he was close to, he was definitely in the top 10. He might have been in the top 5 once again. John Scarpati is in the red number S2. He'll start 11th. Lining up alongside of him, Matt Martino, another driver. He was in the top 4 in both sessions tonight. He's in the 226, another regular at the Grandview Speedway. John Norsha in the 81 will start 13th. Then it's P.J. Bazowski in the 07. Ryan Krasinski is in the 18R, and then it's Aiden Spencer in the 921. Jordan Cox is driving Mike Butler's 04, and alongside of him, the 57Z of John Cameron. The last row, Chris Bergstrom is in the number 3, and the 34 is Dylan Morris. George Garris Jr. has scratched in the 4U. And it looks like the 21P of Ryan Graver taking some laps at the back behind the field. He is not part of the event, as we are green first in the first non-winners race we've run here. And it is Mike Toth grabbing the early lead. Protinick side by side, and we got a yellow light on already. Yellow lights are on, and I think that's... Oh, we got 2 cars over there. One, I believe, is the 04 of Jordan Cox, who started 17th. and John Cameron in the 57Z, who started 18th. So they were on the second to last row there and tangled together. And we do have a replay if we can pick it up here if you're watching on YouTube. There was a couple other cars involved. One of them slammed the inside guardrail and kept on going. And actually, the tangle may have happened because a couple cars got crossed up and were able to keep going right here. Well, here it is. Ooh, and you see one car bouncing off the wall here. All right, we are going to show the replay again if you're watching at home. Here we go. You see cars get crossed up. Well, somebody got in the back of the car that bounced off the guardrail. Can't see which car that was. Could have been the 921 of Aiden Spencer. Actually, it's the 81 of Norsha, I think. Norsha got up high, and like real high, and was coming back down into the groove out of the loose stuff, and a car behind him just touched him as he came back across the track, and it made him real sideways, and he went down towards the inside guardrail, and he saved it and slammed the inside guardrail with the left side of the car and just kept right on going, but that was right in front of the other two cars, which were the 04 and the 57Z, and they both ended up tangled together as they jumped into the brakes. And I believe the 04 is off the track of Jordan Cox. All right, we'll go green next time by. 19 cars left on the track. Remember, the 21P just taking some laps back here. That is Ryan Graver. Graver was eligible for this race, but elected not to run it, so did not run a heat race, did not register for it. So he is actually just out there to hang back and get a few more laps. Driving the Meg Motorsports car owned by Monty Poole. Well, yellow's still out. Now the signal will come, I believe. Yep, lights go off. All right, white flag. We'll go green next time by. This time, I promise. And here comes Jordan Cox. So Cox gets a break there as he gets able to get back out. Car looks okay. May have had a flat there. Does have a loose left rear quarter panel on, not loose, but kind of flapping in the wind a little bit. All right, so all 20 cars are out there. Lights are off. Take two to see if we can get this race underway, and we are back to green. And we're underway. Mike Toth, Will Protinick moving into the second spot now, and then it's McIntyre on the move as he gets underneath Moore. Him and Moore side by side going into turn number 3. Malozar fifth off of turn 4 and back down the front. Couple of 3 wide battles going on farther back in the field. They race through 1 and 2 and down the back. Malozar trying to get by Moore as McIntyre has taken over the 3rd spot and set his sights on the top 2 as he tries to reel in Protinick. Working, Protinick getting way outside. He did not hit the fence, but he saved it. But he loses 2 spots. He loses 2nd to McIntyre, 3rd to Malozar, and here comes Moore underneath him. Looks like he'll drop out of back to 5th from 2nd. And really fighting the car. I think he's got a shock or a handling problem or something's not right in that car. Looks like the right rear is really setting down hard, even though it is not leaning over normally. All right, Mike Toth leading, and McIntyre is running him down here through 3 and 4. They will complete lap number 5 down the front, and Toth has McIntyre within 3 car lengths. The 32C of Malozar in 3rd. Mark Moore is 4th, and Will Protinick. Ryan Marr is 6th. Tommy Klimkowski is 7th. They come back down the front. Then it's Hunter Pulaski in 8th. PJ Bazowski is up to 9th, and Ryan Krasinski is 10th. Bazowski has come from 14th to 8th, or I'm sorry, 9th. He's moved up 5 spots. Duncan Molesworth now trying to get back into the top 10. He had slid out of it for a few minutes, and he is by Krasinski. McIntyre whittling away. He's within a car length and a half now of Mike Toth. McIntyre loses a little ground there. He got down on the bottom and had to correct on the bottom. Got a little close to that inside guardrail, and he kind of did a little zigzag there to try to keep it out of the inside guardrail, and now he'll try to get back on his horse. He is 4 car lengths behind Mike Toth. He was within 2. Malozar is 3rd and reeling him in. Malozar was not that fast in those time dashes, and he's been struggling, but it looks like the car is starting to come to him now, as he has reeled in McIntyre quickly. And Ryan Marr dropping out in the 51. Marr to the infield. Tough break for him. Malozar right on McIntyre. McIntyre starting to fall back from Mike Toth. Boy, he was right there on Toth. Now we'll see if he can catch him again as he pulls away from Malozar. Mark Moore is back in the 4th spot, followed by Protinick. Hunter Pulaski is up to 6th now. Pulaski started 9th. Bazowski is 7th from 14th. Duncan Molesworth is 8th. Krasinski 9th, and Klimkowski is 10th. Malozar was right there on the 88 of McIntyre, but loses ground as he got a little close to that inside guardrail. That is not the fast spot right now. McIntyre trying to hit his marks. He is back within 2 car lengths of Mike Toth now as he got Malozar putting on pressure, and now is driven away and reeled in Toth again. The top 3 within about 5 car lengths of each other total. Malozar down on the bottom, catches McIntyre. McIntyre holds him off, and he's reeling in Toth. That is pushing McIntyre to Toth. Lap traffic looming ahead. It'll be 5 to go this next time by. Malozar feeling the pressure coming. He knows the race is getting long. Off at turn number 4, Malozar to 2nd now as he gets by McIntyre. And he's right on Toth. Toth, Malozar, McIntyre's not out of this either. He is right there. They're a couple laps from lap traffic. 4 to go this time by. 4 laps to go for Mike Toth. Malozar right on him. Glenn McIntyre, those 3 have checked out. Mark Moore is about a straightaway behind him in the 4th position. Protinick 5th, Pulaski 6th, Bazowski, Molesworth, and Krasinski. Here comes the battle for the lead. Norsha slow. They lap him. Malozar under Mike Toth. Toth tries to return the favor, and he can't get it to stick. And Malozar is the new leader. And he did have the lead at the start-finish line. So Malozar is the new leader with 3 to go. And here's the 2 to go sign for David Malozar. Glenn McIntyre right on Mike Toth. Great race up front. Malozar breaks free. He's a 5 car length lead coming up on lap traffic. Here is the white flag for David Malozar. Final 2 turns, Malozar, a couple lap cars in front of him, can't find a way by, but he's got a big enough lead. Checkered flag is out. David Malozar will win the non-winners race. Mike Toth is second, followed by the 88 of Glenn McIntyre. So David Malozar is the winner in the 32C, his first win of the year in this non-winners race. Second was the 89 of Mike Toth, followed by Glenn McIntyre in the 88. Mark Moore in the 20M finished fourth. The 3WP of Will Protinick was fifth. Then it was Hunter Plosky in the 27, the 07 of PJ Bazowski. Duncan Molesworth in the 53, Ryan Krasinski in the 18R, and the 921 Aiden Spencer. That was the top 10 unofficially. So they go across the scale, and they'll be heading to Nick Leach in victory lane. What a run for the winner of David Malozar, along with Toth and McIntyre.
About time I get to interview this kid. Here he comes. G&T Erector, CNS Equipment, Medford Speed. Thanks, Al. 500 big ones. Ladies and gentlemen, David Malozar. You got one before. I wasn't here to interview you. This time I get to interview you. It's about time. Wow, you just made all the right moves at the right time. The track was really fast, and you just made the right moves there on the bottom. I knew once you got to the bottom that was going to be it.
Yeah, I was trying to stay on the bottom and avoid all the holes through the top that I watched collect a couple of cars. But I was just being patient the whole time. And then lap traffic worked in my favor for once and was able to pick up the win.
And here we stand, my man. You got anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Uncle John, and Aunt Barbie for making this happen every week. G&T Erectors, CNS Equipment, Corey's Body Shop. They're my sponsors who get us here every year.
This is the future of our sport. Them other three guys that were standing up here too, our sport is in good hands with guys like this. I call this kid the natural. Diamond Dave, he gets it done. Let's hear it for David Malozar. He gets it done tonight. Let him hear it, gang. All right, I'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete, and he'll tell you what you got to do if you want to ride the bull. I'll shoot the bull with you, but I ain't riding the bull. Pete.
Well, that's a good line, Nick. Absolutely, Nick will definitely shoot the bull with you. So to ride the bull, you just got to go down where the bull is. And when it starts, they'll take sign-ups right then and there. There was no signing up ahead of time. It is for men and women, and it's a $500 first prize, and there's no entry fee. It's a mechanical bull, not a real one, just in case I didn't say that. Don't want anyone to be disappointed. Folks, tomorrow we're back in action. Gates will open at 4. The Warm-ups will be at 6. First race is at 6:45. The modified All-Star Cup Shootout 50 laps. Of course, the consolation for that will be part of the show beforehand. So we put 6 more cars into that event. Add to that the Swagger Factory Apparel. These crate Sportsman will be in a full show tomorrow, and Ethan, Bill, and Pat Wall are locked into the redraw with their 2 fast laps tonight. So that will certainly make them excited. I know they are excited to get at it tomorrow. We'll have heats and consies and a feature. We had 31 cars here tonight. And this was just for practice and a non-winners race, with a chance for the top 2 fastest cars to lock in. So usually that will grow on night number 2. So looking for a big field of Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman. And keep in mind the winner of Delaware tonight, and I haven't looked to see who won in Georgetown tonight, but gets a guaranteed starting spot in tomorrow's event as well here for the Sportsman All-Star Cup Shootout. So looking for a good field. And then the 4th, that'll be a 30-lap feature event for the Sportsman, paying $1,500 to win. And Bryce Bayshore was the winner at Georgetown tonight. That, I believe, is his 3rd or 4th. I think it's his 4th win of the year at Georgetown. He has done a great job, and I believe they're his first 4 wins of his Sportsman career. And, of course, the 4 cylinders in action with a full show tomorrow and a $500 to win 25-lap feature event. So congratulations to David Malozar. Congratulations to all our modified qualifiers, including our 3 heat winners, Logan Watt, Paul Mancini, and Justin Grasso. Congratulations to Bobby Drayton III, who was the feature winner in the 4 cylinders. Of course, to David Malozar, who's down in victory lane right now. And Pat Force, who won the street stocks in the number 18 tonight. Folks, be sure and join us tomorrow. We're back at it again tomorrow, late tomorrow afternoon and evening. Warm-ups are at 6. First race at 6:45. We'll see you then. Until then, have a safe night tonight and a safe day tomorrow. We'll see you back here tomorrow night.